by Dr. Stefano Di Cozzi, with coloured copper plates. Sure, here is the translation of the provided text from Auto, assumed to be Italian to English. Volume 4, Milan, from the Typography Sanzogno, and Comp, 1817. Travels by Ali Bey El Abbassi in Africa and Asia, from 1803 to 1807, translated. Chapter Slave. Travels in Africa and Asia done between 1803 and 1807. Translation. Haram, or the Muslim temple, located at the site of the ancient Temple of Solomon. It is not exactly a mosque, but a group of mosques. Each structure reflects the dominant aesthetic of the respective centuries in which they were constructed, resulting in an unevenly harmonious whole. El Haram, also known as the Temple, and alternatively called Bait el Moqaddes el Sharif, or the Noble Holy House of Jerusalem, is a collection of multiple structures built in different periods during Islam's history. Its Arabic name, El Haram, positively means a temple, a sacred place due to the particular presence of divinity, and forbidden to non-believers. Prepared to set foot in these holy places would become the victim of his imprudence. Illustration. Cairo Gate, named Bab el Fatah. The Islamic religion does not recognize two temples, this and the one in Mecca, whose entrance is forbidden by law to anyone who is not Muslim, unlike other mosques that are prohibited by any canonical precept. Thus, by order of the public authority, a Christian can still enter the Mosque of Santa Sophia in Constantinople, nor would any Muslim governor dare to permit an infidel to enter the territory of Mecca or the Temple of Jerusalem, for such a license would be regarded as an abhorrent sacrilege, not tolerated by the people and the infidel who at him. This monument forms the southeastern angle of the city of Jerusalem, on the very site where Solomon's temple once stood. The new one consists of a great court, or closed square, 1369 feet long and 845 wide. Muslim history attributes to the ancient Jewish temple a length of 1563 feet 3 inches and a width of 958 feet 3 inches, according to the Paris measurement system. It has 9 gates on the western and northern sides, but none on the east and south, as it is enclosed by the city walls, which rise outside the edge of the precipices of the Cédron torrent and the gully that divides it from Mount. One is called Aqsa, and the other is El Sahara. The main part of the temple consists of 2 magnificent buildings that could be considered as 2 separate temples. However, due to their respective positions, they form a symmetrical complex with a distinct sense of unity. The first is composed of 7 ships supported by pillars and columns, and at the head of the central ship there is a beautiful dome to the right and left, of which 2 other ships open out perpendicular to the main body of the church. The main nave can be up to 162 feet long and 32 feet wide. This principal body is preceded by a portico of 7 arches, 1 deep, supported by square pillars, and the central arch, which responds to the building's axis, also has scrolled columns adhering to the pillars. The capitals are leaf-shaped and do not belong to any order. It is supported by 7 arches, slightly acute, with every side resting on cylindrical pillars in the form of columns, but without any architectural proportion. The cylindrical pillars have a diameter of more than 2.5 feet and are 16 feet high, including the bases and capitals. The structure rises 13 feet above the arches, with 2 tiers of 21 windows on each level. The roof is wooden and without a vault. The upper tier looks outward, as the central ship is taller than the 6 side ships, while the lower tier faces inward towards the interior of the other vessels. The lateral ships rest upon arches equal to those of the central one, supported by square pillars. The dome is sustained by 4 large arches resting on 4 square pillars, which have beautiful brown marble columns projecting from their various sides. This dome is spherical, with 2 orders of painted and gilded ribbons, very handsome. Here is the accurate and complete translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Its diameter is equal to that of the central ship. The lateral ships under the dome are supported by beautiful brown marble columns, similar to those of the middle arches. The vault of Caliph Omar may have. The arm unfolding to the left, perpendicular to the bottom of the central ship, consists of a simple, very low vault with 2 ships. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English, about 12 feet in length. The other seems to be of the same length, but is closed by a wooden grate, and that is why I did not enter it. On the outer left side are built against the Aqsa many poorly constructed houses where the employees of the Haram reside. At the entrance, a long 284-foot arcade faces the main door. In its centre stands a beautiful marble fountain adorned with shell-shaped carvings that once dispensed water. The Sahara is located on a rectangular plain approximately 460 feet long and 599 wide. At the end of the arcade, an impressive staircase leads to El Sahara, the other notable structure within the Haram complex, named after a highly revered rock at its heart. It is 16 feet higher than the general level of the Haram, and access is provided by 8 steps, 2 to the south, 2 to the north, 1 to the east, and 3 to the west. Almost in the middle of this upper floor, paved with beautiful marbles, stands the magnificent building of the Sahara, an octagon temple whose sides measure 61 feet in length on the exterior. Bab el-Kebla, El-Gab, Jannah, and one enters the temple through 4 doors located at the 4 cardinal points. Davoud. The building has a magnificent portico supported by 8 marble Corinthian columns. The others are without a portico. From the center of the structure, a spherical dome rises high, featuring 2 orders of large windows, supported by 4 sturdy pillars and 12 magnificent columns arranged in a circle. The roofs are flat, and everything is covered with decorations of the most exquisite taste, and moulded in marble and gold, etc. This central circle is surrounded by 2 concentric octagon-shaped naves. Between here is the translation of the provided text from Auto, assuming it's a language like Italian to English. They are separated by 8 pillars and 16 columns of Fafiyeh, same species and size as those in the center, made of the finest brown marble one could imagine. The proportion of the columns brings them close to the Corinthian order. Their shaft is 16 feet long. The capitals of the columns are composite orders entirely gilded and attached to the bases of the columns that form the central circle. And those found between the octagon naves are cut at the bottom without a fillet, and instead of a base they are extended, carried by a white marble tube. The dome has a diameter of 40 feet above 93 feet in height, and the total diameter of the building is approximately 159.5 feet. The level of the central circle, 3.5 feet higher than that of the ships surrounding it, is enclosed by a high and magnificent golden iron grille. Within this circle is enclosed the rock El Sahara Allah, which is the main focus of this grand structure, and indeed of the temple in Jerusalem. Its surface is irregular, rugged, and in its natural state. El Hajira El Sahara, or the Sahara rock, rises from the earth with a median diameter of 33 feet, forming a segment of a sphere. In the northern side, there is a cavity that tradition attributes to Christians who sought to steal what was missing from the stone. However, it became invisible to the infidels at the time, and later faithful believers found it divided into 2 parts, now located in other areas of the Haram. The faithful Muslim believes that the Sahara Allah is the place where men's prayers are most beloved by God, after the house of Mecca. For this reason, all the prophets from the creation of the world up to Muhammad came to pray, and even now the prophets and angels come in invisible ranks to offer their prayers on the stone, not including the ordinary guard of 70,000, angels that continuously surround it, changing every day. The night that the Prophet Muhammad was taken by the angel Gabriel from Mecca to Jerusalem at the speed of lightning on the Mount El-Borak, which has a woman's head and breasts, leaving the mount at the temple's gate, he came to pray on the Sahara, with other prophets and angels, who respectfully greeted him and gave him the place of honor. In the moment when the prophet paused above the Sahara, the stone, sensitive to the joy of carrying this holy remains, descended, and as a pliable wax, it received at its upper part, facing north, the imprint of his sacred foot, imprint of the foot of the greatest of prophets. This imprint was then covered by a kind of golden metal wire cage, designed in such a way that the imprint is not visible due to its inner darkness, but it can be touched with a hand through an opening in a cage, and we sanctify ourselves by immediately passing the same hand over the face and beard, are far too evident proof that this is the true. The stage consists of a natural, irregular dome. The interior of the rock forms a cavity, into which one descends by a staircase on the side of SO. There is a chamber with an irregular square shape, measuring 18 feet in surface area and 8 feet high at its center. At the bottom of the staircase, to the right, you see a small marble inscription bearing the name El Makam Soliman, that is, of Solomon, and on the left, another plaque called El Makam Davud, the place of David. Finally, it is referred to as Logo Delia El Makam El Hoda, a kind of stone table in the northeastern corner. It is then called El Makam Ibrahim, or the place of Abraham, a niche carved into the rock on the southern side. As a concave semicircular step, it is known as El Makam Jibrila, the place of Gabriel. In the middle of the chamber one can see the thickness of the dome, perforated in the form of a cylindrical abyss with a diameter of 3 feet, and this is the place of the prophet. As far as I could see, especially the interior of the little cupboard, this rock appears to be made of fine white marble with a reddish hue. The cliff is surrounded by a wooden fence at sitting height, and above, at a height of 5 to 6 feet, there is a silk pavilion with alternating red and green stripes suspended across the full width of the cliff using pillars and columns. A short distance from the northern side, you can see a beautiful green marble square in the floor, about 15 inches on each side, secured with 4 or 5 golden nails, and it is said to be the door to paradise. Various other forums indicate that he was stopped with more nails than he is now, which nails they believe were stolen by the devil when he tried to enter paradise, hindered from pulling out the nails that still remain. The Sahara has a wooden tribune for singers, supported by small columns. I saw a Koran, whose sheets are almost 4 feet high and more than 2.5 wide. It is claimed to belong to Caliph Omar, but the same is said of others that I was shown in Cairo and Mecca, which bear no resemblance to it. The exterior of the Sahara is encrusted with various qualities of marble up to half its height. The remainder is covered in small bricks of different colors, arranged elegantly. The 5 windows on each side of the octagon are closed with beautiful stained glass adorned with tracery. Chapter 12. The temple has 4 towers, one at the southeastern corner of the great court, the second in the middle of the western side, another at the northeastern corner, and the last at the northwestern corner of the same courtyard. A journey to David's tomb and other graves. A journey to Mount Olives. To Abraham's tomb in Hebron. To Christ's manger in Bethlehem. To the Virgin's tomb. Here is the translated text. To Calvary and the tomb of Christ. Jewish synagogue. Description of Jerusalem. Leaving the city through the Wad. After fulfilling all the ceremonies and all the offerings due to the temple on the very day of my arrival in Jerusalem, on the following day I was taken to David's tomb. Gate name omitted, as it seems to be a specific local term, not common in English. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. David is located at a distance of 150 meters from here, where there stands a building that resembles an ancient Greek church. After concluding my prayers at David's tomb, upon entering and taking a left turn, one arrives at a sealed tomb surrounded by numerous iron doors and grills. This serves as a type of bier covered in beautiful silk drapes of various colors, embroidered with gold, that can be up to 13 feet wide. Muslims believe that the water from this spring comes from a miracle of the Almighty, from the well of Zemzem. I was led to the eastern part of the city, and descending a very steep slope, I reached the only source found in Jerusalem, known by Christians as the Fountain of Nehemiah. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. In Mecca, although the last part is extremely hot and salty, while that of Jerusalem is fresh and sweet. Beyond there, I crossed the Cedron torrent, from where, passing through various hills, I went to visit the tombs of many saints and prophets of the first and second orders. Through the telescope I observed 2 small lakes, and the mountains that cover the lake to the southeast. All the country surrounding it is mountainous. From the top of these hills, at a distance of 3 or 4 leagues in a straight line, one can make out a part of the Baha Laut, known to Christians as the Asphalt Lake or the Dead Sea. I could also see the waves crashing against the shore, and the agitation of the waves showed me that this sea is not at all dead, as its name suggests. From this mountain, located to the east of Jerusalem, the city is visible. Indeed, if you count the houses. The day after July 25th, I left Jerusalem at sunrise to visit the tomb of Abraham. Descending from the mountain and reaching the bottom of the Cedron torrent, I passed by the tomb of Christ's mother, and after climbing a hill, I re-entered the city through the gate known as Mary's. Upon reaching the summit of the Deagle Tor, known to Christians as Mount Olivet, I discovered a church where 72,000 prophets are said to be buried, and upon a marble slab there is venerated the imprint of Christ's foot left when he ascended to heaven after his resurrection. As retaliation, the Christians had taken 2 camels. At 7:15 in the morning, upon reaching Bethlehem, I encountered a group of Christian shepherds who were travelling to Jerusalem to accuse the Muslim shepherds of Hebron of stealing many of their animals. The main shepherd told one of the most respectable sheriffs who accompanied me throughout the entire incident in such an energetic manner that my imagination immediately depicted it to me. The descendants of the shepherds of Abraham and Lot, the War of the 5 Kings, etc., still preserve to this day their character, customs, and even their dress, a white Rosaster woolen shirt fastened with a belt, and a black cloth thrown over the shoulder, with a white cloth band around the head. As soon as the shepherds were gone, with Bethlehem to my left and Beit Diel on the other side, I was presented with the sight of the most singular meteorite one could imagine. I could not contain myself, and cried out, "What is this?" The sun, high above the horizon, at about 30 degrees, shone with all its light to the left through the purest atmosphere, and the moon, near her last quarter, was directly opposite me at almost the same elevation as the sun, so clear and sound. Beautiful as it is possible to see her under these circumstances. I observed, in a single stroke, the appearance of a star 2 or 3 times larger and much brighter than Jupiter or Venus. At their brightest, a meteor that extended from the eastern band, a tail which seemed to me to be 2 degrees long. What is this? My astonished people cried out at the same time, "Min Allah! Min Allah! God! God!" I prostrated myself on the ground before the Creator, and so did everyone following me. Meanwhile, the meteor advanced towards the west, gently swaying its tail along a horizontal line, at an angle of approximately 30 degrees, like the sun and the moon. The tail, dividing into several rays, embraced all the vibrant colours of the iris, and within a minute, having glanced at the meteor in its peaceful motion, it had moved nearly 6 degrees to the west, and vanished without an explosion, thunder, or any other terrifying occurrence. Finally, after overcoming several mountains, I arrived in the middle of the day at El Khalil, which Christians call Hebron, and took lodging at an inn. I continued on my journey to the south, lost in thought about what I had seen. The star of the shepherds, the star of the Magi. Everything came back to me, but I suspect that the salty bituminous vapours of the Dead Sea cause similar meteor showers to occur quite frequently in these lands. Hebron is a city with approximately 400 Arab families, situated on the slope of a mountain, with a castle. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. I left on the right a hermit dedicated to Elia, and a little further on I reached a beautiful alcazaba in ruins, next to which there is a source of delicious water with a tank 50 steps long, 30 wide, and lower down from others almost of equal size. There is an abundance of supplies and many courtyards. It is governed by an Arab from the land, with the titles of Hakim and Shael Beld. The tombs of Abraham and his family are located within a temple that was once a Greek church. One ascends via a beautiful and spacious staircase leading to a long gallery, from which one enters a small courtyard. From the left band, one sees a portico supported by square pillars, near which rises the temple vestibule composed of 2 chambers. One to the right contains the tomb of Abraham, and the other on the opposite side that of Sarah. Within the body of the church, which is Gothic, between 2 large pillars on the right, there is a small cottage isolated, containing the tomb of Isaac, and in a similar cottage on the left, that of his wife. This church, reduced to a mosque, has its mereb, the tribune for the Friday sermon, and another one for the singers. On the opposite side of the court there is another vestibule with 2 lateral chambers dedicated to the tombs of Jacob and his wife. At the end of the portico, passing through a sort of loggia, one enters another chamber containing the tomb of Joseph, whose ashes were brought from Egypt by the people of Israel. I counted 9, one above the other, on the tomb of Abraham. The tombs of these patriarchs are all covered with rich green silk carpets, magnificently embroidered with gold. Those of their wives, equally embroidered in red, are sent from time to time by the Sultan of Constantinople. Even the walls of the chambers are covered with beautiful carpets. The window gratings are made of golden iron, and the doors are wooden, covered with silver plates adorned with locks and chains of the same metal. There are over 100 employees and domestics serving the temple, which easily allows for an estimate of the amount of alms that should be left there. After visiting the tombs on the morning of July 26th, I resumed my journey to Jerusalem. Not far from Hebron, I left a sacred hermitage dedicated to the prophet Jonah on one side, and stopped at a beautiful spring to collect some water. Then I took the road to Bethlehem, where I arrived at 10:30 in the morning, and went there. Directly to the convent of the Christians, where the place is revered, where Jesus Christ was born. This convent is built like a fortress, and the only door serving as an entrance is so low that one must bend her body to enter. There are about 20 monks, Europeans, Catholics, Greeks, and Armenians, and almost all the inhabitants of Bethlehem are Christians. The text translates to, "She forgot to mention that this city, perched on a mountain, has around 500 families. The inhabitants, living in constant suspicion of the Muslims, seeing us arrive on horseback and armed, grew fearful, and many had already run to the convent door, which they found closed. However, reassured by our behavior, they themselves knocked on the door, and after many discussions, both loudly and softly, with those inside, it was eventually opened to us. Introduced into a narrow, dark vestibule, I found many armed men who seemed on guard duty. After spending some time in this place, a Greek monk opened the door to his apartment and led us into a room at the end of which I descended a staircase into a sort of cave, which is the sacred site of Christ's birth. From this vestibule I entered a vast hall, whose stage is supported by about 40 marble columns, each 15 feet high, with bases and Corinthian capitals, though the shaft has the proportions of a Doric column. A common room from which, through various doors, one passes into separate apartments for Roman, Greek, and Armenian monks. As I decorated the nativity scene and the birthplace, they were enriched with splendid adornments, and many crystal and silver lamps, among which I saw one in the shape of a heart, containing the heart of the devoted Antonio Camillo Galelis. Upon reaching the cave, I saw a nearly semi-spherical niche carved into the living rock, where, as the monk who accompanied me assured me, Christ was born. He was laid in a manger, which is a type of marble basin, and in front of it an altar stands, with a beautiful painting depicting the adoration of the Magi. His name, along with a beautiful Latin inscription and the year 1700, is carved into the very lamp. Emerging from the cave, the Greek monk led me to the church above it, which has nothing of great importance. All holy places have been widely described in numerous books, so I could spare myself giving a new description, but I thought of mentioning it in consideration of those who might not have any other reference at hand. After thanking the kind monk and leaving him proof of my gratitude, I resumed my journey to Jerusalem, arriving shortly after noon. The next morning, Monday 27th, I descended to the bottom of the Cedron torrent by a beautiful staircase. Halfway down, you find the tombs of Gioacchino and Anna, and in another chamber on the left side is that of Joseph, husband of Mary. At the bottom of the stairs I entered a Greek church, whose sacred sanctuary housed the tomb of the Virgin. Inside, I listened to a harmonious choir of monks, while the celebrant, dressed in sacred robes, stood in the sanctum. Here's a breakdown of the changes made. In fondo alla scala, at the bottom of the stairs. This translation keeps the literal meaning, while ensuring natural English phrasing. Entrai in una chiesa greca, entered a Greek church, simplified for clarity. Sancta sanctorum, sacred sanctuary, retained as a proper noun keeping the original term. Contiene il sepolcro della Vergine, houses the tomb of the Virgin. For conciseness, houses is used instead of a more literal translation. Ascoltai in chiesa, I listened inside the church, simplifies the sentence structure, maintains the poetic quality of the original. Un armonioso coro di monaci, a harmonious choir of monks, mentre il celebrante pont restava nel santuario, while the celebrant stood in the sanctum, adjusted for grammatical correctness and natural flow in English. After half a day, I went to Christ's tomb, but as the door of the convent was closed on certain days, following custom, and no Turks or monks were outside, I pressed against the gate grating. There I encountered a Spanish monk from Ocana, called Ramirez, in ed permission to enter the following day at Christ's tomb. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Mr. Arellano, who directed me to the Spanish general prosecutor to obtain permission to open the door, as the prosecutor was ill, it was his deputy who welcomed us with extreme courtesy. However, upon the arrival of the governor and the city judge, I withdrew after having obta. At the end of a vast Gothic church, one sees a magnificent dome, or rotunda, in the centre of which is placed a small, isolated cottage where Christians venerate the tomb of Jesus Christ. To enter this cottage, one descends a few steps. The tomb is on the right in a small chamber that can be 6.5 feet long and 4 feet wide. Is this an altar that occupies the entire length of the chamber, and can be up to 27 inches wide? I see it made of pinkish-white marble, whose lid is composed of 2 stones. The sarcophagus is tall enough to form a kind of altar, on top of which the monks celebrate Mass. The sarcophagus is simple and unadorned, but the room itself is richly decorated. In this narrow chamber, located below the church's floor, without windows, and additionally heated by the numerous lights that are lit whenever it is opened, it is not possible to stay there for long without discomfort. Muslims pray in all places dedicated to the memory of Jesus Christ and the Virgin, except at his tomb. Here's a breakdown of changes made. Musulmani Muslims remains unchanged, as it is already in English. Tutti I loci consacrati alla memoria di translatestu, in all places dedicated to maintaining the meaning while simplifying the phrasing for natural English. Gesù Cristo and Vergine are left unaltered as they are proper nouns. Forse al sepolcro is translated to accept at his tomb. This conveys the same meaning in a more idiomatic way. The round building that houses the chapel of the tomb is supported by irregular columns and lacks architectural proportions. The key to the chapel where the tomb is located is held by Latin monks, who, however, cannot open it without the presence of a Greek monk, who stands beside the tomb as long as the chapel remains open. All the capitals are either Corinthian or composite order. They believe that Christ did not die, and that after ascending to heaven as a living being, he left the appearance of his figure to Judas, who was condemned to die for him. Consequently, since Judas was crucified, this tomb could well have held Judas' body, but not that of Jesus Christ, and therefore they do not honor it. The summit of the dome is open, forming a 13-foot diameter opening through which light enters. Near the Sancta Sanctorum of the Greek church, a staircase leads to a chapel. Attached to the dome are separate churches for the Roman Catholics, Armenians, Syrians, Copts, and Abyssinians. The central body of the temple forms the Greek church. Leading to the left, you see an altar formed of living stone, in the middle of which there is a hole with a diameter of 3 to 4 inches, where it is said that the cross was planted. At a distance of 3 feet, they showed me a natural crack, perpendicular in the rock, opening up at the moment of Jesus Christ's death. A few steps further on, there is an altar, and in front of this altar a square space which is believed to be the place where Christ was crucified. Mount Calvary, once outside the walls of ancient Jerusalem, is now located in the center of the modern city. The house located next to the temple, which holds the tomb of Jesus Christ, is inhabited by some Muslim monks. From the windows of their house, overlooking the interior of the temple, they have repeatedly given valid reasons for complaint to the Christian monks. Excluding the citadel that abuts the western corner of the city, its shape, though irregular, approximates a square. Jerusalem, known to Muslims by the name of El Quds, meaning the Holy, and also as El Quds Sharif, is located at 314634 north latitude and 33 east longitude, according to the Paris Observatory. The following text has been translated from Italian to English. Built on the southern side of a mountain summit with some inclination to the southeast, it is surrounded by cliffs, along whose edge the walls extend from east, south, and west, having only a short plateau to the south leading to the tomb of David, and another more extensive one to north, that forms the upper part of the mountain, crossed by the road to Jaffa. The streets of Jerusalem are very regular, straight, well paved, and many have sidewalks, but sad, narrow, and almost all of them slightly or considerably inclined. The houses have almost all 2 or 3 floors, with few windows and very low doors, and a simple stone facade without any decoration, so that when you walk through the city, it seems like you're walking through the corridors of a vast prison. In one word, it expresses the truth of the painting made by Jeremiah. It is like a widow ruling over the nations. Some houses have small gardens, but generally there is no considerable space. Thus, an area much smaller than that of Mecca, it is said, holds approximately 30,000 souls, not including the population of the city's suburbs. I did not see any proper square in Jerusalem, and the public markets and shops are along the streets. Abundant food can be found there at good prices. For example, a half-dozen chickens cost 1 Spanish piece of silver. The common bread is a sort of poor focaccia, but you can still find very good ones, as well as excellent legumes, herbs, fruit, and delicious meats. Being almost central between Arabia, Egypt, and Syria, it is much frequented by the Arabs of these countries, who conduct their exchange trade there. The main branch of active trade in Palestine is that of oil, but the import of rice, drawn from Egypt, balances the exportation of oil. Few and of poor quality are the horses in Palestine. Many and excellent are the mules, although rather small. The weights, measures, and coins are the same as those of other Turkish countries, and the Spanish dollar is worth 4 Turkish piastres and a half, that is 180 para. The donkeys are inferior in quality to those of Arabia and Egypt, and camels are not often used. Although far from perfection, the arts flourish there more than in Mecca. But sciences are entirely unknown, and even the most distinguished people, who nevertheless want to appear cultured, are deeply ignorant. The Arabic language is the most common, but it is pronounced quite differently from in Arabia, approaching a Turkish accent. Very few Jews remain in their ancient homeland. There are 7,000 Muslims in this city, among whom 2,000 are skilled in arms. Over 20,000 Christians of various rites, Maronites, Greek Unions, Greek Schismatics, Latin Catholics, Armenians, etc. The governance of Jerusalem is entrusted to a person from the local area, known as Shai el Rele Ole. The followers of Jesus Christ find themselves united with the followers of Mohammed, and this mix is the cause of a greater freedom than in any other Muslim city. Hakim and the civil judge is always a Turk sent from Constantinople, who changes every year. Although the inhabitants of Jerusalem, belonging to different nations and following diverse faiths, internally despise one another, given that Christians are far more numerous, a certain equality prevails in both commercial dealings and domestic. Also is all yes, equality and affairs as well as in leisure activities. There is also a council governor, the head of the temple, the mufti or chief of law, all of whom have their specific duties. In addition to a few soldiers, Jerusalem has over 2,000 Muslims capable of bearing arms. I have already noted that this city is surrounded on several sides by precipices. It is surrounded by very high battlemented walls, flanked by towers, but these are insufficient to resist cannon fire. In other places, such natural defence is supplemented with artificial trenches, led to believe it almost impregnable. However, upon closer examination, this first illusion disappears, and one realizes it is incapable of long resistance, because the topography of the land does not permit blocking the enemy's approach, and it is dominated at a distance of rifle shot from Mount Olive. When considering Jerusalem at first glance, surrounded by precipitous cliffs and high stone walls, well preserved and covered with numerous artillery pieces, with a fortress of fine and solid construction, and well provided with defensive means, if one pays attention to the impressive number of defenders that its population can provide, one is tempted. Its considerable elevation above sea level causes the cold climate, even though it is very close to the tropics. The mountain on which Jerusalem is built is completely barren, consisting of coral or basaltic rock, transitioning to trap, like almost all the mountains in the surrounding area. The wind was always western, and the atmosphere changeable. In July, the thermometer exposed at noon did not exceed 23.5 of Reaumur, and in the morning it dropped to 17.3. I was told that in winter there is much snow, and a lot of rain as well. I found few old people there, but more than in Mecca. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. The people of the country observe that the years with the most abundant olive harvest are those in which much snow falls. Chapter Felvids. I have noticed that the wind gains an extraordinary speed there. Return to Jaffa. Mount Carmel. Journey to Eri, and description of this city. Trip to Nazareth. News about the monks of Holy Land. Departed from Jerusalem at 8 o'clock and a quarter past morning on July 29, 1807, to return to Jaffa, the same route I had taken coming in during the night. After descending a very long series of hills, I arrived at 10 o'clock at the bottom of the valley, where I found a stream and a bridge with 2 arches. A short distance above, straight ahead, was the village of Alioun, and near the road were the ruins of an ancient temple. Beyond, having ascended to the summit of other mountains, I passed a little before 11 o'clock by the houses of Kaskali, then descending a gentle slope and ascending another, I found myself at noon in Qaryat el-Ab, a village worthy of being a scene for a beautiful ancient church with 3 naves, now abandoned and reduced to use as a stable. After a career spanning almost 3/4 of an hour, she reached the summit of the mountain called Saris, precisely where I had encountered the 2 old tax collectors. I was asked to dismount from my horse and enjoy a magnificent lunch prepared by a beautiful fountain, from which the sea is visible. They had been told that I was the son of the Emperor of Morocco. Thus, repentant for what had happened, they were waiting to apologize to me, and, upon seeing me, they approached me, kissing my hands, feet, and head. After I had eaten, I took leave of these kind old men, and continued this arduous journey across harsh mountains until I reached Burgos, a place in a better country, and at 6 o'clock I arrived in Ramleh. The mountains of Jerusalem, as far as Qaryat, are almost entirely barren. At Qaryat begin the vineyards, then olive groves, and beautiful forests of trees, as far as Burgos. The next morning, at 5:45, I set off, taking the road to Far. The subject plain was completely covered with harvested wheat, tobacco, and guinea corn. Here is a translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Nazur, I arrived around 9 at Jaffa, a small fortified city with regular defences and equipped with artillery under Turkish and Moroccan rule. I embarked on the same evening on a ship that set sail at 9 in the evening, and I landed in the port of St. John of Acre the following day. The port only accommodates small craft engaged in local trade from Syria, while larger ships remain at anchor with a single anchor to take advantage of the first wind, as the coast is too exposed. Its port is very narrow, but the bay can accommodate numerous fleets. Its mosque, built by the Pasha. This small city, known to Muslims as Akka, was very famous during the Crusades for the convenience of its port, and has recently distinguished itself by the excellent defence it made against the French, after which period its fortifications were, notably improved. Geza is so kind that it resembles more a house of delights than a temple. From Egypt, where the inhabitants are reduced to drinking water from wells filled with salinity, heavy as lead. In times past, it was supplied with excellent water from a distant source. However, the Turkish government has not yet thought to restore the aqueduct damaged by the French during their expedition. The Europeans have a great deal of freedom in Acre, and they are held in high regard, both by the government and the Turkish and Arab inhabitants. Dieza Pasha, as I was told, demonstrated valour and firmness during the French siege. However, being a Mameluke trained only in the art of war, he was extreme in both good and ill, knowing not the middle way. At the southern end of the plain you can see Mount Carmel extending in an easterly direction towards the sea. The city is located on the northern side of a vast plain facing south, and during my stay the heat was unbearable. Between these two stands a Turkish mosque equally sacred to Prophet Elijah. On its peak is a Greek monastery dedicated to Saint Elijah, and below it another Catholic monastery with the same title. This was the third attack of bile that I endured in 38 days, the first in Cairo and the second in Jerusalem. On August 6th, I decided to go to Nazareth. While leaving the city with some friends, I was attacked by violent vomiting, from which I freed myself within a few hours with a dose of an antiemetic that fortunately I still had in my small apothecary. Still feeling weak, I walked slowly, tempering my boredom with the sight of numerous flocks grazing on the slopes. I can leave on my journey at 6 in the morning on the 7th day, taking the eastern road, which leads to a first-level terrain. Then becomes mountainous, dotted here and there with tall trees and scattered with small villages surrounded by fields and meadows. Illustration: view of Mount Carmel from the side of St. Giovanni d'Acre. I went to stay at the Franciscan convent located on the site where the Virgin Mary was visited by the angel Gabriel. I did not arrive in Nazareth before 4 in the afternoon, although it is only a 6-hour distance from St. Giovanni d'Acre. However, I was forced to travel slowly and take rest every 2 hours. Nazareth in Galilee is an open city, built on the slope of a mountain facing east, inhabited by approximately 1,000 Turks and an equal number of Christians. The inhabitants take advantage of the slope of the land to carve chambers into the rock, so that every house has a portion underground. Among the Christians there are Roman Catholics. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. We are by far more numerous than those of other rites who also live in good harmony. Muslim women go out with their faces uncovered, and festivals and joy are shared by both sexes and individuals of all religions. Meat, legumes, fruit, water, bread, everything is absolutely delicious, especially in the convent. The monks enjoy full freedom there. Just as they do in Europe, they wear their habits publicly. The convent is a large and beautiful building, solidly constructed, capable of providing good military defense. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. I administer sacraments to the sick, and they are highly respected by people of all faiths, as their conduct is truly exemplary and worthy of the reputation they enjoy. In the midst of the very gentle church, one sees a large marble staircase leading to the cave, where the great mystery of the Incarnation took place. Climbing up the 2 narrow steps, one reaches the main altar placed atop the rock that forms the dome of the cave. Behind the altar is the choir of monks. Beyond the choir there is another room in the form of a tribune, occupied by an excellent organ. Thus, the church is composed of 3 levels: the cave at the back, the main body of the church in the middle, and the highest level with the main altar and the choir. A very narrow staircase leads to another cave, which is believed to have been the Virgin's kitchen, as there is a kind of hearth in one corner. Another equally narrow staircase communicates with the interior of the convent. Here's a breakdown of changes made. This convent is composed of 13 religious, 9 of whom, including the prelate, are Spaniards. One day I saw a numerous procession of Muslim mountaineers come accompanied by their music to present a child to the Virgin, cutting his hair for the first time in church. Muslims also believe in the virginity of Mary and the miraculous incarnation of Jesus, the Spirit of God, through the intervention of the angel Gabriel. They revere the sanctified place where this great mystery occurred, often coming to pray there. Un giorno vidi una. One day I saw a direct translation maintained. Numerosa processione di montanari maomettani. Numerous procession of Muslim mountaineers simplified and clarified the religious affiliation. Venire accompagnati dalla loro musica. Come accompanied by their music per presentare un fanciullo alla Vergine. To present a child to the Virgin, tagliandoli la prima volta, ai capelli incisa, cutting his hair for the first time in church, simplified phrasing. The original text uses some Italian idiomatic expressions and specific religious terminology. This translation aims to convey the same meaning in natural English while being faithful to the original sense. Halfway up the Esso southeast of the city is a place known as the Precipice, which is in fact a gorge of the mountains of Nazareth overlooking the valley of Esdraelon. Next to it, the mountain is sheerly carved from top to bottom. According to local tradition, the Jews led Jesus Christ to this spot with the intention of throwing him off, but he escaped by becoming invisible. Not far below the summit, an altar was carved into the rock, to which the people travel once a year to celebrate Mass. For this purpose, a road was built across the cliff. In the valley of Esdraelon, there is a large and populous village of the same name, where the famous Battle of Nazareth took place. Based on the context and typical formatting of such documents, here is a clear and translated version. Behind the most authentic news I have gathered in the field, I attest to the following state of Roman Catholic monks in Holy Land. 40 at St. Salvatore, of whom 25 are Spanish, 11 in Jerusalem at St. Sepulchre, 8 are Spanish, 0 at St. John. All are Spanish, 3 in Ramlo or Rama, all are Spanish, 10 in Bethlehem. 7 are Spanish, 4 in Taffa, all are Spanish. I've made sure to remove any unnecessary symbols and keep the structure clear for readability. In Aleppo there are 9 Italian monks. Sure, here is the translation of the provided text from Auto, assumed to mean a language not English to English. To Acre 4, 1 Spaniard in Nazareth, 15, 9 Spaniards. I've removed any uncommon symbols, and ensured that the numbers and names are translated accurately. In Tripoli, Ariza and Latakia, there are 3 Italian monks. In Larnaca, Cyprus, there are 5 Italian monks. In Nicosia, there are 3 Spanish monks, Ibidem. Total, 124 monks, of which 79 are Spanish. In Seda, a convent for French monks now stands abandoned. Same total? No. 15, of which 4 are Spanish regular contributions. The rest of the sentence is not fully translated due to lack of context. Here is the translation of the text from Auto to English. The monks pay every year to the Turkish government, according to regulations. To the Pasha of Damascus, plates 7,000 lira. Additionally, one can find 4 separate convents in the Levant, distinct from the body of the Holy Land. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English, that of Constantinople. No, 4 Spanish monks from Cairo, 8 Italian monks from Alexandria, 2 same from Rosetta. To the same, just the convent of Damascus, 1,000 lira. To the Pasha of Acre, 10,000 lira, 18,000. Total 7,000, 10,000, 18,000, 18,000. I removed the unusual symbols and kept only numerals in the translation. In addition to the ordinary taxes, they are also compelled to pay any additional contributions and allowances to the governors, etc. The sole Mufti of Jerusalem has exacted no less than 40,000 piastres over 8 years. The cloth in which the monks dress is sent to them from Spain and Italy, likewise the leather for making their sandals in the country. In brief, it can be said that the Latin Christians, who in bygone times stirred up the world to seize the holy places, have now abandoned them so thoroughly that without Spanish aid there would be no establishment of their right, and labour, and are true martyrs of their zeal. France also contributes to their support through the protection of its minister in Constantinople. However, this does not change the fact that here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. I do not believe that the Turkish governors continually harass the monks of Jerusalem for money. Rather, they spend their lives in Since the establishment of Roman Catholic religious orders in the Holy Land brings great benefits to the people of these countries, I have no fear in recommending them to the powers of Europe. The diversity of cults must fade before the eyes of the philosopher who seeks the good of humanity, and this is the sentiment that guides my actions and my pen. Without great sacrifices, it would be possible to greatly improve the fate of these virtuous victims of religious zeal. Journey to Damascus. Chapter Faltid. Jordan River, Mount Tabor, Late Galilee. Vulcanized country, Damascus. Population, Great Mosque. Bazaar, or markets and manufactures. I left Nazareth on August 19th in better health, thanks to the pleasant climate, and after 2 hours of walking through the mountains, I arrived in Canaan, famous for the miraculous transformation of water into wine. From the hills that close off the valley to the northeast, I saw the end of the Sea of Galilee in Tiberias, and I camped near the village of Steltin. From this small town that can accommodate at most 500 families, we descend into a valley on the right side of Mount Tabor, a mountain of considerable height where the transfiguration of Jesus Christ took place, and whose slopes witnessed the faith. Famous Battle of Monte Tabor fought by the French. On the 20th day, after passing through a narrow gorge between mountains, all covered with forests, I found myself almost on the shore of the Sea of Galilee, which is 7 to 8 leagues long from north to south, and 2 leagues wide, herds grazing on every side. This beautiful water basin, surrounded by high mountains, the atmosphere heavy with large piled clouds that occasionally let through a ray of sun, the city of Tiberiad, famous for its thermal waters located on the western shore. Finally, Mount Tabor, which domineers over the surrounding mountains, offered me a fascinating view animated by numerous. Ascending the slope from the northeast, we saw some Bedouins on horseback. Observing me in a defensive posture, they dared not attack. The northern coast of this sea is entirely covered with basalt, lava, and other volcanic products, so that if the other shores which I have not seen are composed of the same materials, it would not be strange to believe that the Sea of Galilee was once the crater of a volcano. 40 steps away is the ruin of another, said to beware. At 9 o'clock in the morning, I rested at the Khan, or house of the prophet Joseph, where I found a contingent of Moroccan soldiers from Acre and an excellent water cistern. The sons of Jacob locked up their brother Joseph before selling him to Ismailite merchants. They resumed their journey at 10 o'clock, and when they reached the top of a hill to the northeast, a new horizon opened before me, from where I could see the Jordan River flowing deeply below. An hour after noon, I arrived at Jacob's Bridge, Kantara Yakub. At this place, the Jordan River can be 64 feet wide, and it is not very deep, but it flows rapidly. These two regions, located at the borders of their respective governments, though equally composed of Turks, seem to belong to different nations. Such is the state of independence of the Passia and the anarchy that reigns in the provinces of Phaeacia, and the anarchy that reigns in the Ottoman Empire. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. There are 3 sharp stone arches on the Jordan, with an ancient fortress at the western head, then occupied by a detachment of soldiers from the Pasha of Acre. But about 60 steps beyond, I found another body of soldiers from the Pasha of Damascus. The water, although somewhat warm, is good, and its banks are covered with reeds and other marsh plants. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. Since we Muslims have a special reverence for this river, I did not hesitate to bathe in it and drink its water to my full satisfaction. Here I was joined by a very numerous caravan, with which I encamped on the banks of the river. Friday 21st, the Phlegraean fields, and all that can give an idea of volcanic destruction, are but a pale image of the terrible country crossed on this day. From the bridge of note, the text appears to be a fragment of a larger work, and the missing word after bridge is not specified in your request. We set off at 4:30 in the morning, after a long and disastrous journey through mountainous terrain, followed by a barren countryside. We entered a small clearing, at the end of which stood on a hillock the village of Sassa, where we spent night. I have left it as it is in the original, were launched from the inflamed bowels of the earth. The cracks and the holes that can be seen here and there contain black water like ink, and are mostly foul-smelling. The terrain up to Sassa is composed of lava, basalt, and other volcanic products. Everything is black, porous, dilated, so it seems as if we are travelling through an infernal region, but particularly near Sassa there are fissures and masses of such frightening volcanic matter that they strike horror into one's heart when thinking of the time. From this it is clearly evident that these lands were once inhabited by volcanoes, and various small craters still jut up from the plain. For a singular contrast, this plain is closed to the north by a mountain, whose summit, rising up to the region of perpetual snow, offers above the ruins of extinct volcanoes the appearance of a perpetual winter. Saturday, 22. After 2 hours of travel, we began to find signs of the proximity of a large capital, neighbourhoods and villages, and gardens at every step. Countryside is dotted with villages and fruit trees. At 8:30, having climbed the hills that frame the horizon, we discovered an immense plain to the east, surrounded on the north by towering mountains, among which I marked one isolated from the others by its gigantic pyramidal shape, whose slopes rise between an infinite number of gardens to form the towers of Damascus's mosques, and all the sakat. Here's a breakdown of changes made. Riposatomi un istante, resting for a moment, is directly translated. After resting for a moment in the village of Daria, nestled within the gardens of Damascus, I arrived shortly after noon at the first houses of the city, from the Arabs called Syria. Giunsi poco dopo mezzogiorno, arrived shortly after noon, maintains the original meaning. Alle praen, che della città, dagli Arabi detta Sham. Nel villaggio di Daria posto, entro ai giardini di Damasco, in the village of Daria, placed within the gardens of Damascus, is rephrased for smoother English expression. To the first houses of the city from the Arabs called Syria is adjusted for grammatical accuracy and natural flow in English. I removed the underscores around Sham, as they are unnecessary in standard English text. These domes, both in form and size, bear a perfect resemblance to the pigeon houses of Egypt that we have spoken about previously. The houses within the city, constructed from sturdier materials, usually have 2 floors and a flat roof like in African cities, with few windows and tiny doors and no decorative elements on the facade. The traveller who approaches Damascus for the first time believes he sees a vast field of conical tents, but as he draws nearer he discovers that these tents are nothing more than an infinite number of domes, which serve as roofs to almost all fair rooms in the houses in the city's outer suburbs. Combined with the silence that reigns in the streets, this gives the city a sad and monotonous appearance. The streets are well paved, with sidewalks quite high on all sides, of sufficient width, but not levelled. In contrast to other cities in the Levant, most of which have a greater number of schismatics than Catholics, the largest mosque is an extensive building with a magnificent water cistern in front of it, featuring a fountain with a 20-foot jet. It is believed in the town that Damascus has 400,000 inhabitants, but I am of the opinion that, including the suburbs, it does not exceed 200,000, among whom there are 20,000 Catholic Christians, 5,000 schismatics, and an equal number of Jews. The cafe next to the fountain is always filled with idlers. There are many other mosques that do not warrant description. Damascus, like other Muslim cities, does not have public squares. In front of the Pasha's palace is the Kala, a fortress that might be useful for keeping the population in check, but is absolutely useless for defending the city. Moreover, in Damascus, there are few sufficiently wide streets, especially around the Pasha's palace, which are enclosed by other buildings, making it difficult to see anything but the main gate. The practice of leaving large empty spaces within cities to make them airy and beautiful is entirely unknown to Muslims, perhaps because, having to address the most pressing need to temper the effects of a constantly scorching sun, they only focused on ensuring that the streets were not too wide, making it easier to cover them with umbrellas. The comestibles and goods of every kind are sold in shops placed on both sides of the streets, which are called bazaar or zouk. Some of these are richly supplied. What diversity! Among these abundant warehouses and the poor, small shops of Cairo, Fez, and other places, where it seems the merchant, against his will, displays the items he wishes to sell, there are more than 4,000 families of silk and cotton fabric makers in Damascus, but linen is not manufactured there, as it is not grown in the province. In Damascus, the shops overflow, so to speak, with merchandise, and particularly silk, beautiful Indian and Persian paintings, but above all paintings made in the country. In the new magnificent bazaar being built now in front of the Rurea, I saw an Arab horologist making table clocks. Similarly, soap factories, cobblers, shoemakers, etc. After these ancient skis, the most renowned are those from the Persian factory of Khorasan. The bootmakers also form a considerable part of the country's manufactures. Although the famous factory of Damascen's skis no longer exists, they are now considered rare and sold at enormous prices. The main branches of Damascus's trade are silk and horse equipment, with the first enjoying an extremely large consumption in Turkey, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, and a second by the Arabs from the nearby deserts of Baghdad and Medina, who have no other favoured market for such items besides Damascus. They occupy many streets, and there is even a glass factory there. But to get a proper idea of Damascus's trade, one should look at the quantity of woodworkers exclusively dedicated to building boxes needed every year to package agricultural and industrial products. More miles of people occupying a vast district of the city form several thousand crates every day, though not all items exported from Damascus are packed. The crowded market people form a singular contrast with the solitude of other districts, where there are neither workshops nor shops. The coffee shops of the bazaars are full of people all day. In all the bazaars there are bakeries where small loaves, focaccia, and various other pastries are baked continuously. Nearby barber shops are adorned with intricate paintings, mirrors, crystals, gold-lettered inscriptions, etc., to attract customers. Whites, blacks, mulattoes of any caste, any religion, any nation, excluding Europeans, have complete freedom there. The bathrooms in the bazaars are also magnificent, and equipped with everything necessary for comfort, and I would even say luxury, for the enjoyment of visitors. He could desire for animal life. Capitulo clair-de-test. Damascus is amply supplied with water, with every house having multiple fountains. Public fountains serve only for street watering. I will not say a word about the quantity or quality of comestibles, for there is perhaps no other country in the world that can boast fatter and more delicate meats, tenderer herbs, more beautiful and tasty fruits, a more varied and abundant supply. Of game, deliciously sweet melons and dairy products, better or whiter bread, in short, everything on. Christian community, trade, products, climate, horse breeds, clothing, women, healthcare, schools, government, fortifications, Bedouins, Ranese, Salaki. These waters form a number of channels, but they derive from only two rivers, which after joining together become one, then split into 7 branches, from which the water is distributed throughout the city. In the city of Damascus there are over 500 magnificent houses that can be considered palaces. However, since they are not decorated with beautiful facades on the outside, they do not contribute to the beautification of the city. There are 8 Jewish synagogues, which, as far as I have been told, were treated very well at that time. All Christian communions have their own distinctive churches: Greeks, Maronites, Syriacs, Armenians, and additionally there are 3 convents of Franciscans, one of Spanish observance and 2 Italian Capuchins. The Greek Patriarch of Antioch resides in Damascus, where he collects certain taxes for baptisms, marriages, and funerals of Christians of all rites, who are required to appear before the minister delegated by him for this purpose. Furthermore, it seemed to me that the fanaticism of the people of Damascus surpasses that of the Egyptians, because the European could not show himself without danger unless he is dressed in Eastern style. A Christian or a Jew cannot ride through the streets on horseback, nor even use a donkey. There are 200 very reputable merchants among them. The translation of the provided text from Otto, assumed to be Italian, to English is, "The 2 richest are Escate and Mehemet Sua, each of whom is said to have in circulation 4,000 or 5,000 bags, 5 million francs. Trade is usually conducted via caravans, of which the most significant are 3. 1. A Mecca caravan, greater than any other, which made the journey once a year, now suspended for some time due to the invasion of the Wahhabism. 2. The Baghdad caravans that come to Damascus 3 or 4 times a year, escorted by over 2,500 armed men. 3. The Aleppo caravans, departing usually 2 or 3 times a month, and taking 12 days on the journey, when a messenger mounted on a dromedary makes this trip in just 3 days. 1. After the Turks have retaken Mecca and Medina, the so-called pilgrimage caravans are being re-established. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. I still see various other smaller caravans that arrive or depart for Baruti, Tripoli in Syria, Acre, and other places every day. Due to their excessive abundance, provisions are sold in Damascus at higher prices than elsewhere. This is due to the vast amount of currency concentrated by its extraordinary commercial activity. A type of dried apricot, pistachios, and every kind of fruit. The main agricultural products are wheat, barley, hemp, grapes, meshmesh. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Little, but very beautiful, is the silk that is collected there, and the rest that is lacking for the consumption of its factories is imported from neighbouring countries, just like all the cotton, which is not cultivated in the territory of Damascus. Although the melon harvest is extremely abundant, the inhabitants have not yet learned to work with wax. They only make poor yellow candles. They receive sugar from Egypt and Europe, and all rice from Egypt. The fertility of the land is such that the inhabitants do not remember a single bad harvest year. Therefore, farmers generally find themselves in comfort, although burdened by enormous taxes and arbitrary maintenance of troops. Some years it still snows in Damascus, every year on the nearby mountains. The most common winds are those from the east and west, but without a determined period. The climate of Damascus is rather mild, not being too cold in winter, and the heat of summer is tempered by the freshness of the waters, the shadows of the trees, the arrangement of the houses, etc. From April to November it rains very rarely, and regular and moderate rains occur in the other months, always brought by western wind. The only real annoyance were the painful bites from the native ticks in this region. It was believed that the stay in Damascus would be uncomfortable, due to the bedbugs, fleas, and mosquitoes. However, I saw very few of them. The melting of snow on the mountains begins in April, and sometimes even in March. However, the peaks of the highest ones remain always covered, which provides Damascus with an abundance of ice at moderate prices throughout the year. Very few, and not very venomous, are the snakes and scorpions. There are 6 renowned breeds. The first is called Gelfe. The translation of the provided text from Auto, assuming it's a language like Italian, to English is as follows. I don't think mules and donkeys are any better than those in Egypt, and regarding horses, I have gathered the following information. Its origins lie in the happy Arabia, that is, Yemen, a marvelous horse both in racing and in battles, the most agile, full of fire, tireless, and capable of enduring beyond all belief against hunger and thirst. Nonetheless, not docile like a lamb, without anger, and never strikes or bites. However, it should be sparingly fed and continuously exercised. He is tall and muscular, with a narrow neck and rather long ears. One cannot call him the most beautiful horse, but he is undeniably the best. The second breed, called Seklawi, is native to the easternmost region of the desert. A perfect specimen of this breed, that is 2 years old in 3, costs at least 2,000 Turkish plates. It resembles the previous one in every way. Except for the place of birth, therefore, the most expert connoisseurs distinguish them barely, and their value is equal, although horses of the first breed are preferred. But above all, the horses of the third breed, called Uimefki, are beautiful, inferior to the previous ones in running speed. They come from the neighbouring deserts, and usually cost between 1,000 and 1,500 plates. They have the beautiful proportions of Andalusian horses, and they are quite common in Damascus. The horses of the fourth breed, known as Uil Sabi, look completely different from those of the third breed, and only the most experienced veterinarians can tell them apart. They cost between 1,000 and 200 plates when they have no defects, and their age typically ranges between 4 and 3 years old. The horses are usually sold for between 600 and 800 plates. The fifth breed, called Uil Traide, is the most common, like that found in the regions around Damascus, and provides horses that are quite beautiful and good. However, there are many vices among them. Most Arab horses are bay or dark brown, with very few being black. The latest breed, indigenous to the province of Basra, is called Uil Nagdi, and it equals, if not surpasses, the Gelfe and Seklawi breeds in quality. However, they are very rare in Damascus, and their price is entirely arbitrary. The Damascenian costume is a blend of Arabic and Turkish styles. However, the Arab coat with wide stripes is more commonly worn, and the high Turkish cap is more often used by Turks than Arabs. The latter cover their heads with an oversized beret that hangs down at the back, and they tie a cotton or striped silk handkerchief around their head, a graceful hairstyle. Women cover themselves from head to toe with large white cotton veils and enormous undergarments. Women of a higher social standing are reserved and very modest, while the common folk are much freer, even dissolute. They wear a silk handkerchief, usually yellow in colour, which covers their faces and makes them look like wandering ghosts. However, many women tend to throw the handkerchief on their heads and keep their faces uncovered. This custom allowed me to see many very beautiful women in Damascus, most of whom had white and extremely fine skin. In una parola, la popolazione di Damasco è del tutto diversa da quella dell'Africa. Vedonsi donne e bambini di bellissimo e grazioso aspetto, mentre gli uomini presentano lineamenti maschili, tonalità robuste e proporzioni regolari. You won't see so many hysterical women in Damascus as in Jerusalem and Arabia, nor the tan skin of the countries of Africa, nor the filthy, sticky, repulsive children from Alexandria and other Muslim lands, nor finally the dry, tanned or black men from Africa and Arabia sono considerati ai più belli dell'Arabia e ceto per fes ai cui abitanti di tutta l'Africa. The plague rarely occurs there, and when it has appeared in recent times, it has been very mild. The normal duration of life is calculated between 70 and 80 years, and there are even some centenarians counted among the population. The climate in Damascus is excellent, but perhaps more than the climate, it is due to the common well-being, moderate exercise, and use of hot baths that the rarity of diseases can be attributed. It is perceived to be very mild when it comes from the sea, more fierce when it originates from Aleppo. There are 20 large schools in Damascus, and many smaller ones for children. This proves that the communication of plague does not depend solely on contact, but also on a combination of certain local and personal dispositions. Even the inhabitants do not think to take precautions against such a calamity, and while in Aleppo it was perpetrating horrible massacres, in Damascus caravans were received and sent off daily without any concern, remained unscathed. In a country inhabited by diligent people, the idle are not fortunate, and thus sorcerers and fortune-tellers are very rare, as well as anyone who elsewhere finds a living by deceiving their fellow humans. Here's a breakdown. 5 for the study of sciences, which, as in the rest of Turkey, reduce themselves to the science of religion, which also includes jurisprudence. 5 per gli studi delle scienze. 5 for the study of sciences, cercam nel rimanente della Turchia, which, as in the rest of Turkey, are the Wahhabis, who, according to their religious principles, place many obstacles in the way of trade and manufacturing. Riducansi alla scienza della religione, reduce themselves to the science of religion, che comprende pura giurisprudenza, which also includes jurisprudence, although this people subsists largely on the products of factories, and the trade in canvas, and is more civilized than its neighbours. There was a considerable party within it that 2 here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. 2 this may have been true during the time Ali Bey resided there. However, afterward, the Damascenes bravely defended themselves against the Wahhabis. The governance of the city of Damascus and a vast stretch of land to the south, up to Hebron beyond Jerusalem, and to the north, almost as far as Aleppo, is entrusted to a pasha of the Grand Lord. This man, and by extension his government, and for the noble task of leading the annual Mecca caravan with the title of Emir el-Hajj, or Prince of the Pilgrimage, is held in the highest regard at court, considered one of the greatest dignitaries of the empire. The income from the pashalik is estimated at 4,000 bags, corresponding to 5 million francs, but avarice, gifts, and extortion make up another very important source of revenue. The Sultan, while I resided in Damascus, entrusted this pasha with the governance of Travelus, that is to say, Tripoli in Syria, which was no less significant than that of Damascus. This pasha could command around 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers in his jurisdiction, comprising Turks, Moroccans, and others, and possibly as many as 10,000 at present, due to the unrest in Jerusalem. Damascus is surrounded by walls with towers and moats, but they are in such ruin that they cannot withstand a regular assault. Its greatest defence lies rather in its gardens, which form a forest of trees and a labyrinth of hedges, walls, and moats more than 7 leagues in circumference, something that would not be a slight obstacle for a Muslim enemy wishing to attack it. Among the Bedouin tribes that inhabit the deserts near Damascus, the most notable is the tribe of Anes, whose leader is called Fareh. This tribe inhabits the desert to the east of the city, extending all the way to Baghdad. I visited the village of Saloki, which is the main resort for the residents of Damascus. Is this a vast borough, with 2 public markets, and an infinity of houses and gardens? It is situated at the foot of the mountains to the north of the city, and it is truly a delightful place to stay. Chapter 46. Journey to Aleppo. K. Description of Kans. Caravan. Tadmor, or Palmyra. City of Homs. Orontes River. City of Hama. Freedom of Customs. Night Encounter. Lewin. Arriving at Aleppo. Observations around this city. I left Damascus on Saturday, August 29th, at 4 in the afternoon, with a caravan bound for Aleppo. After an hour-long journey through gardens, we crossed a northeast countryside, dotted with villages, and arrived at a khan called Corsair 7 hours and a quarter later. Sunday, August 30th. At the bottom, I could see the ruins of an ancient structure and a water cistern. At 3 o'clock and a quarter in the morning, I set off towards the Ene across the vast plain of Damascus, and after 2 hours of travel, I entered a gorge that was described to me as dangerous. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Beyond some mountains, after crossing a plain, I reached the village of Kataifa, where I stayed in its beautiful mosque. From there, walking north-northeast, I entered the town of Nebka at 7 o'clock this morning. It can accommodate 1,000 families, well provided with gardens and excellent water sources. Monday, 31st. At 10 o'clock yesterday, having left Kataifa, I arrived around midnight at the Khan Aram, now completely ruined, located 1 league to the west of the village of Malula. The inhabitants spread the news that the Arabs of Anes had attacked the Wahhabis, taking many women and children whom they sold as slaves, considering them unfaithful and unworthy to be Muslims. It was said in Damascus that the tribe of Anazis was friends with the Wahhabis, so I supposed it was a different population from the same region. Tuesday, September 1st. Wide of the West-East. All the land crossed today is completely desert. After 3 hours of travel, I arrived at 7 hours and a quarter in Kara, a town very well situated on a hill, surrounded by beautiful gardens. At present, it does not have more than 300 families. However, in the past, it was quite populated, so half of its houses are now in ruin. The caravans always stop it. The day before, I had taken lodging in the home of a Christian peasant, and now with a Muslim peasant. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Khan are found in proximity to villages and towns. You particularly notice that they have many very gentle mattresses and Turkish cushions, in which they store their main luxury. One cannot help but admire the kindness and purity of these people. They are quite comfortable, and keep their homes with extreme politeness, and provided with all necessary furnishings. Since I have spoken several times about the Khans, it is necessary for me to provide a detailed description of them. The Khan is a square building, sometimes flanked by turrets at the corners, and crowned with openings that give it the appearance of a fortress. It is not the size that matters, but the average can be considered to be about 33 feet on each side. There is internally 1 or 2 courtyards surrounded by stables, with a mosque or simple chapel for prayer, and some of the larger ones are also provided with apartments. Such a beautiful institution in the Turkish Empire is due to the principle of religious morality. It obliges all Muslims to exercise hospitality towards any traveller, regardless of their nation or faith. These establishments, which I believe are built by order of the government, are always open, and travellers and caravans enter and exit freely without seeking permission. They can stay as long as they wish without paying anyone. As a result of this principle, There are khan, resting places in all inhabited or deserted locations where travellers are compelled to stop. The caravan with which I travelled was made up of about 300 beasts of burden, mules, horses, camels, and donkeys, almost all from Aleppo. Although they lack an advantageous stature, mules are strong and courageous, so they would hardly be distinguished without their large ears, which they always carry upright. Those that I have visited are solid stone structures, and some with architectural splendour. But since they were built many centuries ago, many are crumbling, without any thought given to restoration, for the era of Muslim glory has passed. Mules and donkeys are usually black in colour, and they constantly strive to outdo each other as they walk. There were many women and children of both sexes among the numerous passengers on the caravan. One day further west-southwest lies. Based on the context and the structure of the sentence, here is the translation. Upon the information I acquired, I learned that Tarabulus, or Tripoli, lies almost precisely to the west of Kara, which also aligns with my geodetic estimate. Baalbek, a large but ruined city. At a distance of 1 league to the west is the river. Kaftara, which vanishes into a lake, and to the east, 3 days' walk away, lies. Please note that I have preserved the original punctuation and capitalization as much as possible while translating, and left parts of the sentence incomplete as the original text does not provide a clear continuation. Tadmor, or Palmyra, once a prosperous and renowned city, now has only about 500 families. On the first day of travel to Palmyra, you reach the village of Hawarin. On the second, Karitiun. The Arabs from Anais, 2 days' journey southeast of Kara, extend their dominance and raids as far as Palmyra. Wednesday 2nd. The caravan set off at 3:30 in the morning, taking a road that crosses several mountains in a north-northeasterly direction, and at 6 o'clock it passed through a cluster of houses known as Kalat el Bridge. The rest of the text is accurately translated while preserving the meaning. I removed the underscore as it typically indicates a missing or unknown word, which didn't seem appropriate for this context. 2 hours later, we arrived at a valley believed to be dangerous, so all of the armed men of the caravan climbed the heights flanking the road and remained there until the entire caravan was in safety. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Shortly after emerging from this valley, we found a ruined khan, and not far away, the village of Hassia, where we entered at 9:45 a.m. The entire country from Damascus to Hassia is completely desert, and this miserable village has only a few small gardens. Thursday, March the 3rd. We left Hassia before midnight and arrived in Homs at 8:30 in the morning. We crossed a mountain almost perfectly round, from whose limited summit, at noon, from the chain of high mountains in Lebanon, a vast horizon opened up. The entire country is desolate, but we began to see a reddish, muddy soil, different from that of the previous days, and covered with dried-up shrubs characteristic this season. This land might be suitable for cultivation. Suddenly, as the sun rose, we found ourselves enveloped by a dense fog that dissipated just as quickly 10 minutes later. In these parts, women, following the example of men, are equipped with long pipes, around 4 feet in length. On this particular day, I observed one woman smoking gravely on her horse. Her face was completely uncovered, revealing an age between 18 and 20 years old. Although she was as beautiful as an angel, the way she used the pipe made her seem deformed to my eyes. Homs is a respectable city inhabited by 25 to 30,000 Muslims and 300 Christians. The streets are regularly paved. Yet the houses, though built of stones, have a grim appearance due to their black colour. Homs, however, possesses all the characteristics of a great city. Its inhabitants engage active trade. It contains many mosques with very tall and slender towers in the Turkish style, 2 Christian churches of Greek schismatic origin, a Syriac church, several bazaar or well-stocked markets with various goods, some very popular cafes, a considerable collection of silk fabrics, a grand khan, and various smaller ones. The country produces a great deal of wheat, but imports oil from the coast and rice from Egypt. About half a league from the city flows the river, Wad al-Assi, the ancient Oronte, from which the waters derive that serve to irrigate the city's gardens. The walls are surrounded by an array of countless cemeteries, testifying to the city's large population. The governor, the Qadi, and the other government officials are all Arabians of the country, and Turks are excluded. This city depends on the Pasha of Damascus, who appoints the Sheikh el-Bedel, or governor, among the natives of the country, in accordance with his constitutions. In the midday sun, atop a lone mountain that resembles those in the ruins of Alexandria, stands a vast, very ancient fortress with many towers, largely in ruin. Friday 4th, still in Homs there is a gate, some stretches of wall, and 2 towers, respectable remnants of the ancient Greeks who inhabited it. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Happy is the city's location, quite elevated and airy, and therefore healthy, less exposed than other countries to the damage of the plague. The caravan resumed its journey at 2:30 in the morning, heading north, and after leaving Aban, it entered Rastan at 7 o'clock. Although generally not cultivated, the land was covered with bushes and dried seedlings on this particular day. The text translated from Orta to English is, Ristan is a poor village, situated on the edge of a terrifying precipice, at the foot of which flows the river Arsi, which, seen from above, does not seem very wide. It once was a time when this village must have been much more considerable than it is now, as many broken marble columns and enormous granite pieces, now reduced to the last degree of decomposition, bear witness. Did it perhaps flourish in Palmyra's more glorious days? Was it perhaps a frontier square, as its location seems to indicate? To decide this, if there is no memory left to support any conjecture, before nightfall I descended to the river's edge, where the caravan was camped. Well, it is cut off by great dams that are very well built, serving to provide water for the mills, and from which the water rushes down with a great deal of noise. Saturday 5th. At midnight, leaving the river on the right and ascending to the upper level, we took a northern direction. After a gentle descent, we arrived at 5 quarters past morning in the city of Hama, situated at the foot of a range of low hills, and traversed by the Orontes. Hama is an impressive city with a population of approximately 100,000 souls. It descends in the manner of an amphitheatre from the peaks to the right of the Oronte River up to the bank of the river, and beyond the river it climbs back up to the opposite mountain. The location is most pleasant, and everything suggests a first-rate city, so much so that I was extremely surprised. In seeing such a beautiful and vast city instead of a small village, as described by travellers and geographers, I expected to find. Many houses are entirely made of stone, while others have stone only internally, with the upper part covered in white marble. Several suburban homes are crowned with domes similar to those in Damascus suburbs. The irregularity and narrowness of most streets is compensated by the beauty of the main avenues that form the bazaars, amply supplied with goods and graces, and always crowded with people. The cafes are also much frequented, among which I saw some very beautiful ones. Closed between beautiful houses and delightful gardens, it is crossed by numerous dams that hold back the water to turn a prodigious number of hydraulic wheels, some of which are over 30 feet in diameter. The water lifted by the wheels is distributed throughout the city via spacious channels supported by solid arches. These are fine works from the ancient age, and it is remarkable that they have been so well preserved, despite the lack of care by the Moslem rulers and the destructive genius of the country. The wheels are so well made that instead of the disgusting creak that such machines usually produce, they make a deep sound. The inhabitants of Hama show a remarkable inclination towards trade and crafts, of which the city is full. The bulk of the population consists of Arabs. Very sweet, these wheels, pipes, houses, gardens, and frequent waterfalls of water from one dam to another form the most picturesque view that can be imagined. There are few Turks, Christians, Jews, who enjoy great freedom here. Is this a consequence of depravity or innocence? Upon arriving in the city, it seemed to me as if I were entering a vast hospital. Men, women, and children sleep on the streets, terraces, and in front of house doors during the hottest months. The little time I spent in Hama doesn't allow me to decide. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Since it was still quite early, most people were still sleeping soundly in complete security, while others who had already awakened watched me without any concern, calmly getting, dressed as if they were in their own bathrooms. In the house where I was staying, I saw many women, quite ugly to be honest, who freely entered my apartment without a veil to do what was needed. One of them, who had the air of a vixen, wore a gold ring across her right nasal cartilage, 3 inches in diameter. Their attire consists of a large turquoise or white cotton shirt with an open fabric, without a belt, and slightly loose. They add rings, necklaces, earrings, bracelets, hairpins, etc., to these garments. The city is governed by a pashalik from the local country appointed by the Pasha of Damascus. Sunday, 6. Here is the translation of the provided text. Finally, there are many kinds of joyful sounds, such that when a graceful woman walks, it makes a noise similar to that of European mules, adorned with bells and chimes at noon. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Since the river waters cannot rise to the highest level of the country, the aridity of this desert forms a singular contrast with the fresh green of the lower plain, where irrigation is possible. At 8 o'clock, I arrived in the ruins of an ancient city, known by the local tradition as Letmian. At 2:30 in the morning, I took the direction of NNO, crossing various hills, and as the sun began to rise, I found myself near a mosque. Among a pile of debris, I noticed a beautiful fragment of a red granite cornice, some pieces of columns, and fragments of a large aqueduct. Finally, at 11 o'clock, I reached Khan, a village situated on the slope of a hill, at the foot of which lies a vast khan. The houses of this village, covered with conical domes, give it the appearance of a cluster of beehives, and the water from its well is very good. Monday 7. We set off at 4 in the morning, taking a road to the north that crosses some hills, from whose summits we could see to the west the mountains, from which we were gradually moving away. They found other ruins along the road, now in the final state of decomposition, and some wells with beautiful stone steps leading down to their depths. Although the country is wild, like that crossed in previous days, it is none the less composed of red-coloured vegetable soil and limestone rock. Mara is the last town under the jurisdiction of Damascus, extending 3 more leagues to the north. At 9:30 we arrived in Mara, a village of approximately 2,000 inhabitants, where one can see many isolated stone tumuli resembling coffins, surrounded by 5 to 6 steps. Involved. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Travelling from the desert of Egypt to the gates of Aleppo, one can consider it a kingdom. Tuesday, August 8. He resumed his journey at 3:30 p.m. Wednesday, September 9th. 2 roads lead from Mara to Aleppo. However, finding the main road occupied by troops of an ancient Pasha of Aleppo, with whom here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English, my Arabs did not wish to meet. They preferred fair less travelled road through the desert. I was leading the caravan with 8 or 10 armed Arabs on horseback. The night was pitch black, and the wet ground covered in dew appeared so dark that nothing could be distinguished at a distance of 10 steps, having always kept beneath my eyes the mule that carried my papers, of which I reserved custody during the night. We were no longer in a position to turn back or stop. Immediately I cried out, "Get out of here! Get out of here!" We walked so orderly when at 2:30 in the morning we discovered before us, at a distance of only 20 steps, a troop of men on horseback. The Bedouins respond with the same words, and we advance with our swords in hand. All this happened in an instant. Seeing our resolve, the Bedouins withdrew, greeting us without attempting anything. The mule carrying my papers was already amidst the enemy troops. Many armed men from the caravan reach me, and one who was somewhat behind me fires a shot at random, and I hear the bullet whistle by me. There were about 20 men, armed largely with spears. At 4:30 in the morning we rested at the shore of a canal, where several farms were located, and grain was being ground there. We replied on our journey at 10 o'clock, crossing some rocky hills covered with olive plantations, and at 3 afternoon we entered Aleppo. This city, known to the Arabs as the translation of the underlined word, is left out, as it seems to be a proper noun, or term specific to context, that might not have an accurate English equivalent. Haleb has been described many times, so whatever I say could only be a repetition of what everyone knows. Because it is very frequented by all trading nations, it comes to be known as a city of Europe, as applied. In September, the heat was unbearable until the equinox, and finally, at that time, there was a fierce storm on the mountains to the west, after which the atmosphere became tempered. In Aleppo I witnessed the strange blend of pointed hats with long oriental garments. Therefore, I will only say that it contains many beautiful buildings, and an abundance of marble of every kind, that the great mosque is beautiful without being magnificent, that the streets are very well paved, and the bazaars covered with arched vert, porticos illuminated by frequent calls to prayer, yet the bazaars of Damascus are richer and better. During the entire time I remained in Aleppo, I was so ill that I could barely attend to minor matters. Antioch. Chapter L. Journey to Constantinople. The Bridge. Mount Taurus. Triumphal Arch. Turkoman Shepherd Clans. New Ways of Travelling in Turkey. Asium Karesa Kutaye. Mount Olympus Chain. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. City of Konya. Scutari. Entering Constantinople. Walking south with a gentle inclination, I entered a high and desolate country, entirely composed of limestone rock. On Saturday, September 26th, I left Aleppo at 5 in the morning, accompanied only by a slave, a Tartary, some muleteers, and 5 riflemen for escort. At 8 in the morning, I reached a small farmhouse where I dismissed the 5 soldiers. For at a certain distance from Aleppo, there is no longer any danger of being robbed by Bedouins or other thieves who are known to frequent the outskirts of Fafia city. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. In this place, one can observe alongside the road a nearly elliptical excavation, diameter, greater than 30 feet and a depth of 40 feet. Approximately halfway through its depth, there is a gallery that circles around, along which are openings to various caves. Muslims believe these to be the remains of a city that once lay beneath the sea, and Christians. It is not entirely unbelievable that it served as a prison or a catacomb, or perhaps a vast cistern. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English, they say of Aleppo, and with greater likelihood that it was once an amphitheatre for battles between fierce beasts. I dare not make any positive assertions about this subject. From here the road turns. Oh, crossing harsh cliffs, I had to climb and descend alternately for up to 10 hours and 3/4, when I reached the top to collect in a hamlet called Kadil. After an hour of rest, I continued my journey and crossed the small village of Terb, then a vast rural area dotted with numerous villages. One notable one is Azeni, where I arrived as the sun was setting. Later I stayed in the nearby village of Mortahua. This very fertile plain is densely populated, and it would be even more so if not for its limited resources, all the sole waters of wells and cisterns. Its villages show frequent vestiges and ruins of ancient buildings, and I believe that even the cisterns belong to an extremely distant age. In this way the hand of time, ever more powerful than the futile efforts of man, returns to nature everything that had been taken from it by art. At every step one comes across fragments of frames and other architectural ornaments, piled together with rough stones around orchards, as many pieces of columns intended to cover the wells are seen. Sunday, 27. Resuming my walk at 5:30 in the morning, I soon left the plain, which leads into a very well-cultivated valley surrounded by beautiful hills covered with olive trees. At 10, I camped near an excellent spring that flows next to a garden. At 7 o'clock, I had to cross a difficult gorge, after which, alternately climbing and descending some hills, I emerged at 9 in a valley named after the hamlet of Armana. While we were collecting specimens, 6 young girls entered the garden's enclosure. They could be taken for the flowers of the country girls, so ethereal and gentle were they. You observe that they did not have their faces disfigured like the women of Africa, but only a little black around their eyes. The hedge of thorns that separated them from us made them bolder, allowing them to cover or reveal themselves as they pleased, posing with a white, delicate complexion enhanced by their large, black eyes. I sent them a package of sweets, which they reciprocated with a bouquet of flowers, as a gentle beginning to a novel there. However, I was not able to see entirely, as he had it in mind, their garments. We parted at 11 o'clock, and I continued my journey by climbing a very steep hill surrounded by precipices, and at 3½ hours I reached the right bank of the river Orontes, called Wad El Assi, in the village of Hamzi. We crossed the river, which at this place cannot be more than 100 feet wide, in an uncarved boat that was leaking on all sides. To what era should we attribute the maritime skill of these good people? A man steered her with a long pole, while another was busy bailing out the boat with a bucket. And since all the efforts of the latter did not suffice, at every trip the two shipbuilders pulled the boat onto land and turned it over to drain the water. Having reproached this modern Charon, whose venerable snow-white beard was in no way inferior to that of the helmsman of the livid swamp, responded to my concern about the poor condition of his boat by saying he was expecting a new one from Antioch. I advised him that he needed to make sure he had good provisions of tar and hemp to keep the boat in good shape. Otherwise even the new boat would soon be in as bad a state as the old one. Surprised by this notice, as if it was something he had never heard of, he remained thoughtfully silent for a moment before telling me that he would make use of my memories, which he found reasonable. He stood tall on the left bank of the river. The water here was so still that one could not discern its direction without tossing a floating object into it. The fish are in great abundance. Monday, 28th. Here is the translation of your text from Italian to English. Its greatest depth is 4½ feet. The clay banks, covered with river mud, are cut almost sheer and rise to about 16 feet. Lawn. We set off at 4 o'clock in the morning, travelling along the slopes of some mountains. At 7, I passed over a single-arch bridge, beneath which flows a small river that empties into the Oriente. Upon reaching the opposite shore, a fish longer than a foot appeared, and immediately leaped onto the sand, still alive. At 8 o'clock, I crossed another torrent that also flows into the Orontes, located about 4 miles from Lake Antioch, known as Bahar Karamort, which is formed by several rivers whose waters discharge into the Orontes. After 3 hours of rest, I circled a mountain, then crossed several others that were lower, following the direction of the Oronte. This governor is referred to as Haj Bekir Aga, a very considerate person. To show his affection he never left me alone, so much so that he had no moment of freedom. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Foaling then almost south, I entered at 11 o'clock through the old gate in Antioch, and after a half-hour walk through the gardens within the enclosure of the ancient walls, reached the new city, whose Turkish national governor housed me in his home. Upon arrival he sent orders to Suaidia, the nearest port, to prepare a ship to take me to Tarso, as the land route was exposed to raids by Selçuk Ali's people. Antiochia, which the Turks call Antakya, has 15,000 Muslims, 5,000 Christians of all rights, and 150 Jews. The Greek patriarch was then in Damascus, while the Catholic was in the mountains. Modern Antiochia occupies only a small space of the ancient city. Its walls still stand to testify to its former grandeur. Magnificent is the ancient gate through which he entered, but it threatens to collapse at any moment. This new city encompasses an area of over half a league in diameter, with some hills covered in ancient fortresses that descend to the plain. They are of stone, flanked at irregular distances by square towers, but now all is falling into ruin. The hills within the walls have at their base several layers of perpendicular stone, from which many waters flow. Before entering through this door, I had seen to the left a mountain, whose lower part, carved into a steep cliff, resembles the facade of a building, with a square door precisely cut in the middle, and various windows carved into the living rock with orchea, and yet equal precision, which seems to suggest underground spaces too interesting for an antiquarian. The streets of Antioch are narrow, but they have high sidewalks on each side, and are well paved. Houses built of uncemented stone have a sad and monotonous appearance. They are among the first I have seen covered in tiles after leaving Mecca. Everything seems to indicate that this is the country of rains, and the climate is much colder than that of Aleppo, where snow never falls. It appears that the main product of the country is silk. It abounds in good food and water. However, no other bread is used besides Arab flatbreads. Upon arriving in the city, I encountered many women, almost all of them very beautiful. Tuesday, 29th. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. The governor, dependent on the Pasha of Aleppo, lives splendidly, and it seems to me that the country is well administered. I was informed at noon that the ship was ready. He wanted to leave immediately, but I had to wait until tomorrow. Here's a breakdown of the changes made. After dinner that evening, a French officer dressed as a Tatar, who had come from Constantinople, requested to speak with the governor, and taking me hostage, he complained about a Tatar who was not swift in providing him with horses to continue his journey towards Aleppo. La sera dopo cena. After dinner that evening, more natural English phrasing. No, I've noir, letter spacet. Un ufficiale francese vestito da tartaro, a French officer, dressed as a Tatar, clarifies the nationality and dress. Cisa di parlare il governatore, requested to speak with the governor. Direct translation. Che veniva da Costantinopoli, who had come from Constantinople, simplifies the sentence structure. I prendendomi in iscambio, and taking me hostage, more accurate and natural phrasing. Si l'agno di un tartaro, he complained about a Tatar, simplifies the sentence. Che non si affrettava a provvederlo di cavalli, who was not swift in providing him with horses. 3. Per continuare il viaggio alla volta di Aleppo, to continue his journey towards Aleppo, reordered for better flow after calming him down, and presenting the governor, I handled the matter. I asked if he could be of any assistance, and he left satisfied with my reception. 3. This officer was Mr. Truel here, artillery commander in the army of Spain's south. Editor's note, French. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. Wednesday, March 30th. After bidding farewell to the courteous governor, I left at 8 in the morning, and, upon crossing the Oronte River, proceeded some distance along the right bank, generally keeping in a southerly direction. At 10 o'clock I took some time to rest in the midst of some beautiful gardens, and at 2 hours after noon I arrived at the landing place of Saudia, a short distance from the sources of the Orontes. Nothing can be more delightful than the country between Antioch and Saudia, entirely intersected by wells and valleys covered with well-cultivated fields, meadows, and coppices. Numerous flocks of sheep graze on the hills and parts of the valleys. The road, though rather rough, resembles rather a path through a delightful garden shaped by uneven and winding art than a public thoroughfare. At every step, streams and tiny rivers of the clearest water irrigate the gardens and plantations in the valleys, where the white mulberry trees are very common, forming small patches scattered with vines, pomegranates, and other fruit trees. The majestic Oronte, enriched by the waters of Lake Karamoto and those of countless torrents, flows majestically across this gentle land. Upon the landing of Saudia they are seen no more than 5 or 6 huts, and a small house inhabited by the tax collectors. And to put it in one word, everything in these charming places announces the proximity of the delightful retreat once inhabited by the beautiful Daphne. At 7 in the evening I embarked on a small boat, and an hour later I arrived at the mouth of the river. The sea was rough, the waves furiously crashing against the river bar, and the sky was entirely covered with dark clouds. As soon as I was aboard, we set sail even though the wind was against us. The ship that had been prepared for me had to move away from the shore in order to endure terrible shocks as it crossed the bars with the lifeboat. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. Thursday, October 1st, Dante. Friday, October 2nd, Portugal. After 24 hours of navigation with varying and always contrary winds, the ship crossed the mouth of the Gulf of Scandrum and grounded at 8 o'clock in the evening on the shore of Caramania. I, however, remained on board that night. As soon as we landed, numerous porters with mules and horses, always waiting for ships to arrive so they could be hired, seized upon the people and their belongings, competing among themselves with punches to gain the honour of accompanying us. Not far from the sea is a village called The text you provided is already in Italian, and here is its accurate translation to English while removing uncommon symbols. It is true that their cares are by no means disinterested, but interest is the spring of all our actions. To enter, a crude ladder is used. I saw, at a greater distance, another village that was much better constructed and more interesting. The description of a singular construction. It consists of 100 small huts, suspended on 4 posts at a height of 9 to 10 feet, and each hut is formed of a simple latticework of beams or canes, resembling more a bird's nest than the dwelling of civilized humans. This is a Dovar, inhabited by Turcoman shepherds. The huts are small but charming, and built at ground level. They consist of 3 pergolas, each 4 feet high, covered with a roof of the same quality in the form of a cylindrical vault. The pergola on the wall is made of canes, vines, or leaves, and the roof is covered with skin. Their dress consists of a white shirt, a waistcoat with ornate sleeves, usually made of cotton quilted fabric, a white cotton petticoat, and a handkerchief that ties around their head and neck. They are all white, and some are quite attractive. In this village you will only see women and children, as the men take the herds out to graze. However, the women do not idle away their time, making butter, cheese, and all sorts of other dairy products with the utmost cleanliness. The boys are well dressed with shirts, jackets, and coloured turbans. Those who are nursing do not stop working, holding the baby suspended on their back. They keep their faces uncovered, and although they are Muslims, it seems they do not know that the law does not grant them this freedom. The inhabitants of this district, called Turcomans, are as terrifying with weapons in hand as they are good, kind, and honourable in society. Cargo at 10:30 in the morning. After 3 hours of travel along the sea, I entered. Along the way I encountered many buffaloes, as well as some camels with harnesses of different colours. Almost all men wear white shirts and underpants, and a justiciore with puffy sleeves, but others only have a sleeveless jacket tied with a belt, and a high pointed white beret from a turban. They usually wear large black boots. The city of Turbis, which is pronounced either way, is a remarkable place, with houses that are rather ugly and built of mud. It lies in the midst of a vast countryside, surrounded by gardens not far from a river where Alexander the Great nearly perished. It is in the nearby eastern plain that he defeated the unfortunate Darius. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. When I passed through, there was not even a single European present. Cotton and silk are the main commodities traded in Targo. It rained heavily all night long. Meanwhile, Saturday, March 3rd, I set off at 7 in the morning, and 30 minutes later I crossed the river of Targo on a bridge with 3 arches. Then I headed north, maintaining that direction throughout the day. As formed by the union of perpendicular prisms, which have the appearance of crystallization. And what is any primitive mountain, if not a colossal crystallization? Upon reaching the end of the plain at around 9 o'clock, I had to cross more hills, emerging from which I found myself surrounded by the chain of Mount Toro, composed in the section I could see from Horny Rock, and trap occasionally grouped into immense masses, or in wavy layers more or less oblique, and sometimes finally at a very high spike. I did not see any hint of granite or porphyry. This part of the chain is covered with magnificent forests, whose most common trees are oaks, cedars, cypresses, and lentisk. Everything that presented itself to my eyes on this day led me to believe that the high mountains of Cyprus Island were, in remote times, a continuation of Mount Taurus. The picturesque views and magnificent waterfalls of transparent water, as clear as crystal, invited my gaze from every side, making me regret not being able to enjoy these delightful countryside settings for longer. Upon reaching the summit, I saw an ancient, majestic wall built with large square stones along a horizontal plane at the top of the mountain, as if created by S.E., and it ended with a simple but noble triumphal arch, whose highest part was beginning to crumble. This arch can be considered a large window, from which one commands a view of the entire plains that were the scene of Alexander's victory over Darius, which could give the impression that the arch was erected in honour of this conqueror. Even the levee begins to give way. I saw at the northern end a stone cut in the shape of a pedestal on which there must have been some inscription, but now completely erased by the relentless hand of time, which plays with the efforts human to make their monuments eternal symbols of pride. After resting for a moment by a beautiful spring, I headed towards the road that directly connects Aleppo to Constantinople around 4 o'clock, a route I had to abandon due to the rebellion of Kuhuk Ali. It seems that this road was once in excellent condition. However, it is now in extreme disrepair. I entered Diaid. I desired to start early in the morning, but being accustomed to leave late, I did not depart from Diaid until 6 o'clock. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. At 7:15 in the evening, I found in the post-house 5 Tartars, who had subsequently come out from Aleppo after me. Sunday 4. The text you provided is already in Italian, not auto, which typically refers to a car or vehicle. Here's the accurate translation into English. In the evening, he stopped at the post-house of a miserable village called Wadi Kashli, known by the Turks as Aulukiskla. As we advanced towards the northeast, the part of the Taurus mountain we crossed began to lose its beauty. Eventually, it presented only bare cliffs, whose northern summits were covered in snow. Since it was grape harvesting season, the inhabitants offered me grapes and baskets filled with delicious fruit. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I entered a region more open and less rugged, where I found several villages surrounded by orchards and vineyards. On this day I witnessed some camel troops that were quite different from those of Arabia and Africa. Their front legs are shorter and thicker than the rear ones. They have a much stronger neck, and all the frontal parts of the body are more covered with hair. I also came across many Turkmen shepherds. What a contrast to these from the Arab shepherds! It seems they truly enjoy all the comforts and pleasures of pastoral life, and it is among them that one should look for the exclusive models of shepherds who are often the subject of the most moving poems. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Men, women, children, all are well dressed. The camels carrying their belongings are covered in beautiful Turkish carpets. The date Lundi 5 translates to Monday 5th. It was already 8 o'clock when I set out on a journey across a country of barren hills, followed by a vast untended plain. Area located in a beautiful country filled with gardens on the left bank of the river, not on the right as indicated on the map by Arrowsmith. In the 11th hour I passed through a small village consisting of wretched mud huts, and finally, after another 4 hours of travel, having crossed the river on a bridge, I entered the town of the entrance to. This land is quite large, but the houses are ugly, made of earth and sun-dried bricks, as is customary for all the peoples of Caramania. On the contrary, the gardens are very beautiful, and produce an abundance of fruit, especially large and excellent. Pears. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. Early from the north is a magnificent avenue flanked by tall poplars and 2 channels of crystal-clear water. Tuesday, June 6th. Around 9 o'clock, I left behind on my right side the town of Hartan, situated on the left bank of a small river. We set off soon after 7 o'clock, walking north across vast prairies teeming with herds of cattle, and especially buffalo, dotted with circular huts having flat roofs. A small mountain of land entirely isolated. The water that enters the ditch evaporates in the heat of the sun, leaving behind a very white sea-water salt at the bottom, which is then transported to nearby countries on camels. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto, assuming it's Italian to English, on our way to O&O, and subsequently following NO through arid countryside. As the surrounding mountains, we passed at 2 o'clock in the afternoon near Ayak, saltworks formed by a large trench that encircles. At 3:30, we entered the castle of Karabigmar, where I made my people rest. Is this a respectable country, but badly built at the foot of a very dry little hill, since the adjacent plain is quite barren? Not a single garden or tree is to be seen, except for 2 poplars that are within the castle, and this is all the more surprising as the land is not without water. On the hill one can see the ruins of an ancient fortress. The Mosque of Karabit Mar has a vague exterior with large and small domes, and two very tall, slender towers. It is a kind of khan. At this place, as in others in Karamania, a vast building is observed that resembles a temple with 3 naves, around which many smokestacks rise. Here is the translation of your text from Auto to English, destined for the caravan shelter in Mecca. Out of the 5 Tartars, we met at Dai-Eid. Only one had left us behind. The others walked with us. This exhausted me much less than the sustained trot of the Tartar horses. Since I could barely handle the steady and uneven trot, which is their normal gait, I was forced to alternate between a slower pace and a full gallop when I fell behind by 4 out of every 500 steps. Every day, and often twice a day. It is known that there are spare horses on the major roads in Turkey. Thus we changed horses. This amount is paid in half at the time of departure, with the remaining half due upon completion of the trip. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. To be completely rid of the annoyances of travel, one makes an agreement with a tavern-keeper, who promises to conduct, accommodate, feed the traveller, and pay all expenses during the journey in exchange for a pre-agreed-upon sum. For my journey from Aleppo to Constantinople, I had agreed with my Tartar to pay 800 plates, and he provided me with a horse, one for my slave, and another for carrying the baggage, in addition to food and accommodation expenses, as well as any unexpected costs, all of which were his responsibility. Wednesday, July 7th. He set off at 6:30 a.m., heading east towards a deserted countryside. After an hour and a quarter, we arrived in Izmil, a bleak village where we were to spend the night. Along this route there are numerous wells, accessible by descending a stone ladder down to water level. I descended into one that had 50 steps, and I found it supplied with excellent water. The entire plain, being clay, does not have a single tree. Thursday 8th. At 5:15 I was already on the journey along the same plain, towards ONO, then to NO. At 8:30 I crossed a kind of brushland that crosses the plain, which is nothing more than a vast space, covered with reeds and other very dense marsh plants, of different heights, and in some places even up to 12 and 13 feet. After crossing this swamp, I continued walking along the same countryside, until, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I arrived in Konya, the capital of Karaman, which is the ancient Iconium. This city is located at the western end of the desert plain that it had crossed, and at the foot of a range of low mountains that close the horizon at noon. It has many gardens on its southern side, and a few from the northern band. What I saw of this city gave me a rather unfavourable impression, although it is the residence of the Pasha of Karamania. The houses are either made of earth or sun-dried bricks, much like those in the poorest villages. It contains vast cemeteries, where each grave is marked by a rough stone, standing 7 to 8 feet high, 1 foot wide and 4 fingers thick, placed vertically. The quantity of these gross monuments scattered over a large plain gives a painful impression to the observer's eye. I did not notice that a single house had a pleasant exterior. It was also built with the same materials as the others. It is said that this building, which in terms of shape and size could be called a palace, was constructed by a man who had not learned alchemy, that is, the art of making gold, through which he had become extremely rich. Now it serves as a shelter for the poor. I have seen the exterior of 3 mosques that have a magnificent appearance with large domes, and tall and slender spires. The lower part of the city is enclosed by high walls, flanked by square towers, inlaid with cut stones. There are some Turkish inscriptions, but the work was done by Greeks, as the lions and other figures carved into it attest. Entering the city, I noticed many children of varying ages, all beautiful, with fair and rosy complexions, well-proportioned and decently dressed. Seeing them, I couldn't help but commend the industry and care of the women in this land, and with sorrow recall the laziness of the Egyptians and Arabs. The bread consumed in Konya and throughout Karamania is a round loaf approximately 1 foot in diameter, about as thick as a line or a line and a half. These loaves thus resemble, except for their size, the sealing wafers of Europe. They are eaten while still soft, and can also be used to wrap a bird or other meat, just as a sheet of paper could. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English throughout Karamania, They use carts whose wheels are made of wooden planks, but very well-made ones. The reader will have noticed from my account that between Izmir and Konya there are no mountains indicated on Arrowsmith's map. Well, nevertheless, his map of Asia Minor reached me as well executed, and these slight inaccuracies can be corrected in a second edition. Friday, September 9th, Polterjat. 2 hours after leaving Konya, and after skirting the mountains to the northeast, I began to climb some hills, and an hour and a half later I reached the northern end of the mountains, where the village of Adik is situated on a hill. As one of the Tartars travelling with us fell ill, we were compelled to slow down our journey. I also had a need to reach Constantinople as soon as possible, and therefore I offered my Tatar an additional 100 plates, on the condition that he would get me there by Sunday, the 18th of the month. What I saw of these mountains is composed of clay slate and cornaceous rock in thin, horizontally arranged layers, or disproportionately tilted without any trace of vegetation, except for a few shrubs at the village's edges, where there are also some arbres, gardens, and a beautiful fountain. Despite his promise, I was well sure he wouldn't keep it, given his fickleness. He used to go to bed at 7 in the evening, and I had to wake him up every morning at 7 if I wanted him to make a decent journey, but this negligence is a common vice among all Tartars. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Based on my observations, and calculating the direction of the road, it is easily found that Ladik is not in the east of Konya, as noted on maps. This village was once a more important place than it is now, as testified by the vast number of capitals, pedestals, frames, etc., and some Greek inscriptions. Saturday 10th, I left at 7 in the morning, heading northeast, and around 9 o'clock I crossed Kodenkan, a village larger than Ladik. At 11:30 we passed under a bridge where a completely clear river flows, and an hour later, with my escort, I arrived at Elgin, a small village nestled at the foot of the mountains, surrounded by gardens. Seeing that, despite the promises of my leader, I would not reach Constantinople on the appointed day, I threatened to have him punished, or to punish him myself, if he did not resolve to be more diligent. Fear proved more effective than interest, and he began to hasten their journey. Shortly after lunch, everyone remounted their horses, setting out from Elgin at 2:30 p.m. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. Then, after crossing a river that flows into a lake located not far north with a diameter of approximately 1 league, we took a direction to the west. At 5:30 we arrived at the village of Arkitkan, beyond which a small river is crossed. By nightfall we were passing near several villages, and at 8:15 we entered Akshir, a small town situated on the slope of a mountain so abundant with water that its spray forms a stream, and sometimes a little river in every street of the town. All of these waters flow into a lake distant about half a league from the Ney, Akshir Band. It contains some ruins that seem to me the remnants of an ancient cathedral. Sunday 11th. My lazy Tartars wanted to stop in this city the following day, but I strongly opposed, and despite their grumbling, it was decided to set off at first light the next morning. Much better, I replied. We will not suffer from the heat. The Tartars appeared before me at dawn, looking restless, and I immediately realized they were eager to dissuade me from leaving this day by sharing with me their genuine or phase of an imminent rain shower. Seeing their attempts to keep me back were futile, they withdrew silently to prepare their horses. He left just before 7, heading north along a mountain range, and at 10 o'clock, having turned somewhat to the northeast, we entered the small castle of Isa Klu. Valleys that open up at their feet are dotted with villages, farms, and gardens. After changing his horses, he left this castle at 11 o'clock, taking the road to the northeast and descending into a plain that he crossed until almost sunset in direction of east. All the houses of Barafdom. This road is very pleasant. The traveller continually comes across some terraces above the plain that extends to the right, and beyond you see the lake in all its expanse of approximately 2 miles in diameter, while to the left mountains rise up, from which countless streams cascade down, and their highest peaks are covered in snow. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Monday, 12th. A small village situated on this plain, where we were to spend the night, having already been occupied by the Pasha and his entourage, I was forced to lie down as best I could in a stable among the horses. I quickly learned about their fears. At 7:15 in the morning, finding myself on the journey, I realized that my Tartars were agitated. Sometimes they would slow their pace, then stop to converse with a demeanour of sadness and fear. The Pasha we had left in Baraftan had had the postmaster of the city we were heading to beheaded. Hence they feared they would be poorly received, perhaps even worse. After long deliberations, they decided to send 2 of them forward with a postilion to scout the terrain. I kept some distance behind them, and stopped near a well located about 300 paces from the city. Then a Tartar advanced up to the gates, and as the postilion came to seek me, I entered with him into Ashram Karaisa at 11 in the morning, tranquilly taking lodgings at the inn. Sheriff of Mecca to the Sultan of Constantinople. The brother of the beheaded postmaster had already stolen all the horses and fled to the mountains. Fortunately, here is the translation of your text from Italian to English. My Tartars had a way of letting the governor know that I was an envoy from the Sultan, so the governor and his subordinates took care to offer me their services, and they assured me that the next day I could depart. The situation of this city, according to Arrowsmith's map, does not align with my geometric estimate of the road. However, I suspend my judgment until I reach another known geographic point. According to this letter, the city is oriented towards S.O., and the famous meander, which originates in the nearby mountains, would flow in the same direction. Ashram Karisar is a very large city with many mosques, one of which seems magnificent to me. However, when the city's orientation is to the N.E., and the river which I crossed over a bridge not far from the city follows this same course. Despite the cold weather, like Akshir, the streets here are transformed into small rivers due to the water flowing down from nearby mountains, and the houses are built in a similar style to those of previous cities. The text you provided is in Italian, and it translates to English as follows. Very sharp, they found excellent fruits, grapes, figs, and most delicate apples. The bread made in the style of focaccia is very good. All the farmers were busy threshing the grains. The summit is topped by an ancient fortress, which must have been a tiny Gibraltar in times past. At the saints, presumably a saint associated with the city elevation, one sees a lone cliff resembling a sugar loaf, formed by the union of irregular prisms perpendicular to each other, so it seems carved precipitously on all sides. Tuesday, 13th. Illustration. View of the cliff and Azimos Castle, Karazar, in Asia Minor. At 8:30 in the morning, I set off towards the N.O. Since I had crossed a stream not far from the city, we continued along a plain until 11 o'clock. When we began to climb over some hills, after an hour of travel, I found a small farmhouse, and another at 2:30 called Osmankoe, where my guide stopped to spend the night, lodging me in a dark stable. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Other Tartars approached and calmed me down, admitting that I was right. I was then promptly moved to a more decent accommodation. Irritated by him for the short journey made on that day, and for the poor accommodation he had provided while the other Tartars were better housed, I rebuked him sharply, and, angry with him, threatened to cut off his head with my scimitar if he continued to treat me in such a manner. Wednesday, 14th. The road led west through the mountains. At 7:15 we turned right towards Oltantash, a village where we could have arrived the previous day if the Tartars hadn't been so cautious. The rebuke given to my Tartar had an effect. Terrified by his manner of speaking, he served me a delicious dinner that same evening, and the next morning we set off at 6 o'clock. So we retraced our steps to the north-northeast, still amidst the mountains, and crossed a forest. However, before noon we were forced to abandon our horses that were dying. An hour later I descended a long slope, at the foot of which flows a river running from morning to north, and which is crossed by a bridge. From the opposite shore rises another steep hill, but shorter than the previous one, leading down into a wide valley, and around 3.5 hours later I arrived in Mitae, a beautiful and impressive city, capital of the province of Natolia. Natolia, the residence of a pasha, is situated on the slope of a mountain. The houses are constructed with parts made of stone and wood, all painted, featuring large windows, terraces, and generally connected to gardens that give them a pleasant appearance. However, the streets, at least those I saw, are dirty, poorly paved, and in the middle there is a channel filled with muddy water. Some beautiful buildings and many mosques stand out. Observe 2 markets that are well stocked with fruits and legumes, and I learned that the meat is good and affordable, as well as the flowers. The mountain that dominates the city is crowned by an ancient castle. The carts that operate in this country, pulled either by bulls or buffaloes, are so narrow that they can barely accommodate 2 people comfortably. The bulls here are small, with horns no longer than those of the bulls from the Barbary coast. In contrast, the buffaloes are tall and equipped with huge horns, Thursday 15th and Friday 16th. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. These animals are also useful for farming, as I had seen in Antioch some oxen serving as draft animals. My leader forced me to stay in Kutaï for 2 days, claiming he couldn't find any horses. It was being rebuilt during my passage, with an additional layer of tribune added around it. I took advantage of this delay to visit the great mosque, an ancient and vast building with a unique construction, square in shape, divided into 2 equal naves by a line of columns running from the door to the back. This singularity, combined with the paintings that adorn the interior of the building, surprised me so much that I felt transported to a European theatre. The streams flowing down the streets are like torrents, and due to the need to cross from one side to another, wooden bridges have been built. The streets are always filled with ducks, geese, and dogs. Saturday, 17th. I left on the 17th at 9:30 in the morning, and after crossing the plain north, I found myself around 10 hours later in a scattered countryside of hills. It was necessary to cross the river Porsac twice, which flows from east to northeast. Now, emerging from a beautiful mosque crossed by the road, I headed northwest amidst the mountains, and after sunset I descended a steep slope onto the plain, where I found a cottage almost entirely built of wood, called Ye Aglu. Sunday 18th. The rising sun witnessed our departure. The translation of the text is, leaving the hamlet, we faced a narrow valley covered in ice, separated from us by only a river. Nevertheless, from time to time, there were stunning panoramic views, and refreshing scenes invigorated by jets of water and tiny streams of the coldest water. Many of these streams were embellished with small frontispieces due to Muslim piety, which gave the appearance of gardens to these wild places. In half an hour we had reached the end of the valley, always heading north-northeast, and once we climbed up onto the mountains, we found ourselves unexpectedly immersed in a thick forest, so dense that even though the sky was completely clear and the sun shone with all its light, it sometimes seemed like it was still not yet morning. Finally I saw Stuart in a low valley, where we arrived after descending a steep slope at 11 in the morning. Although small, this village seemed rich to me. As they are fairly wealthy, they take care to have showy and well-decorated houses. It is surrounded by gardens and vineyards from which the inhabitants transport their produce to considerable distances. The faces of these people do not have the sweetness of those of the Caramanians. They have large noses and are generally moody, sad, gloomy, and suspicious, like the text ends abruptly, but this is a faithful translation up to that point. Jews among Muslims. The river Sakarya does not pass through Soat, as indicated on the maps. The stubborn laziness of my leader forced me to delay until the following day, despite my desire to reach Constantinople soon. Monday, 19th, it was 6 in the morning when I resumed my journey with my entourage. From the beginning, he went towards Enno across the mountains. Then, following for a while the direction of the crest of a mountain, he descended into a narrow and deep valley divided by a river. After crossing it, we entered Verzerkan at 11 o'clock, a village situated on the left bank of the river, not on the right as marked on maps, and inhabited solely by Greek Christians. I had to climb and descend a high mountain, whose slopes the road turns west. After resting for a few moments, I resumed my journey at noon towards the north, subsequently heading north-northwest through gardens and plantations of white mulberry trees that cover the valley. We arrived at 2:15 in Lefki, which is located at the bottom of a valley along a small river. When he came to meet me, I scolded my Tatars in his presence. Late in the evening, an official from Mehed Ali Pasha of Egypt arrived, bringing news to the government about the English retreat. They had planned to take 4 more days to bring me to Constantinople, but they promised I could arrive in just 2, Tuesday 20th. To keep their word, they set off at 3 in the morning towards Ono. We crossed the river over a bridge that was a half-hour's walk from the village, and soon we were at the foot of the mountains we had to climb to reach Nicaea. We entered Nicaea at sunrise. Despite the roughness of the road, we walked swiftly, traversing steep cliffs and deep chasms, and often on the brink of terrifying precipices. Fortunately, the moon close to midnight illuminated the path perfectly. This city, renowned for, by the council held in the year 324 of Jesus Christ, Christians are like Antioch, a small place enclosed by vast ancient walls, cut through with magnificent gates. It is located at the western end of a lake, amidst endless gardens. The water of the lake is sweet and drinkable. After freshening the horses, the journey continued along the lake shore, still accompanied by the official servants from Mehed Ali. This lake, of irregular shape, extends from east to west, and can be up to 5 in 6 leagues long and half a league wide. It is surrounded by mountains on all sides, except for a small plain in the northeast, along which one can walk for about an hour and a half. At 11 o'clock it resumed the direction of north and northeast, crossing mountains covered with undergrowth, from whose summits the lake was seen in all its extent. We were intent on this fine view when the sun was suddenly obscured by clouds, and at the same moment a violent rain set in. Shortly after noon we crossed a small village, and then a magnificent bridge. From there, descending into a valley, we followed 2 rivers that had to be crossed several times. But upon emerging from the meanders of the rivers, we found ourselves atop an ancient levee built across a marsh, not far from which is the village of Hersek, near the sea. We descended then down a steep slope, made slippery by the clayey ground and a rain. My horse fell, and caught me under one leg, despite the efforts I made to support him, but since the fall occurred over 2 stages, and fairly slowly, it did not cause me any harm. This is the only fall I had during all my travels in Africa and Asia. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. There we embarked with our horses to traverse the Gulf of Iznikmid, which penetrates several leagues inland, and in this area can be as wide as 4 to 5 miles. He landed at the port of a small village, where almost all the boats making this journey dock. From here, continuing our walk among the mountains, we arrived at 8 in the evening to another village. Since we had headwind, the boat, or kate, as it is called locally, had to take a half-hour tack to the east and another 3/4-hour tack to the northwest to reach the opposite shore. My Tartars calculated that they could make the journey in 3 days, which we had done in just 1 day. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Wednesday, October 21st. As the sun rose, our people set out on their journey with some of the worst horses I had ever seen, which made the trip quite challenging. Initially, they followed the shore of the Marmara Sea, heading north-northwest NNW, and I immediately recognized the islands belonging to the princes, located a short distance from the coast. Gone down, an hour and a half after noon, where I dismounted for a coffee. After passing through numerous villages and crossing what was akin to a necropolis, or vast field of tombs, we finally reached Scutari, or, during my stay in Europe, I had formed a friendship with the Marquis d'Almenara, who was now serving as a minister at the Spanish court in Constantinople. I gave notice of my arrival, and at once this distinguished friend sent his dragoman, domestics, and boats to cross the Bosphorus, and he went so far as to offer me an apartment in his own house, which he had prepared according to Turkish custom, in it deference to my habits. Chapter Lai, Aijuan. Description of Constantinople, the Bosphorus, the harbour. Melun, the arsenal. Saint Sophia, Olun. Pera, Tophana, Galata, streets of Constantinople, Sultan's exit every Friday. Mosques, Ayab, relics of the Prophet. Seraglio, or the Sultan's palace. Carriage rides. Hippodrome, castle of 7 towers. Walls, Constantinople was visited by many curious people, and I will not take up space describing it. Pure, because it would be out of place not to talk about such a great metropolis after having stayed there for some time, and, moreover, many of my readers may not be unfamiliar with finding a sketch of this city here. I will briefly describe what I have seen. Ace. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. I will represent the objects as they appeared to my eyes, without taking upon myself what other travellers might have said about them, and since before entering this city, or remained for several days in Pera with Mr. Ambassador, I will begin to speak of the things seen in SPL. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. The Bosphorus of Thrace, known as El Bogas by the Turks, and the canal by Christians, because it connects the Black Sea, or Ponto Iusino, to the Marmara Sea. The strait has a current as swift as that of a river flowing from the Black Sea to the Sea of Marmara. The Propantide, known by the Turks as the Mar Bianco, is located nearly in a northeast direction, with many winding turns that vary its width from 1 to 4 miles. This phenomenon is caused by the numerous rivers that flow into the Black Sea and its limited surface area available for evaporation at such a high latitude. The oars are not strong enough to overcome the current when attempting to retrace the canal. The speed of the current is such that it becomes necessary to have several men positioned at various points along the coast to help pull boats and rowboats back to shore. So, if it were not for the Bosphorus Strait, the Black Sea would necessarily expand until it gained enough surface area to establish equilibrium between the water volume brought in by the rivers and the mass absorbed through evaporation. There are still some areas where the water forms whirlpools so rapid that the surface is completely covered in foam. Here's a breakdown. Ognigiorno. Centuries, the waters of the Black Sea have been preserved as salt, despite the enormous amount of fresh water that every day it receives from the rivers and the body of salted water that flows through the Bosphorus Channel. On the other hand, if I consider that the waters of the Black Sea and the canal are as salt as those of other seas, I cannot believe that there is not a countercurrent at the bottom of the canal that returns the water of the Marmara Sea to the Black Sea. For if we do not accept this supposition, it would not be possible to explain how, after so man, other also contributes to proving the necessity of the existence of this lower current in the Sea of Marmara flowing towards the Black Sea. Every day, Ricivdai, Fiumi receives from the rivers Ea massa d'acqua salsa, and the body of salted water, che esse per il canale del Bosforo, that flows through the Bosphorus Channel, the imbalance resulting from the difference in specific gravity of the two bodies of water, with varying salt content and in contact with each. K.C. The Marmara Sea must discharge a portion of its water into this until the lowering of its level and the rise in that of the Black Sea compensate for the difference in specific gravity of the two waters. For if we suppose two perpendicular masses of water of the same height in the two seas connected by a canal, it is undisputable that the water in the Black Sea composed of salty water. The water of the rivers will be lighter than that of the Marmara Sea, almost entirely devoid of salt, and consequently to equalize its weight with that of the Black. Let empty into the former. On the other hand, the extended column of the Black Sea, being unable to sustain itself above the level of the corresponding column, will pour a part of its upper water over this one to balance the levels of the two columns, and thus is established the upper current from the Black Sea to the Marmara Sea, maintained by the continuous inflow of river. The two banks of the canal are notable for many suburbs that almost touch each other, forming a continuous road more than 1.5 leagues long. The necessary existence of a countercurrent is also proven by the same principle, which also indicates that the water in the Black Sea must be less salty than that in the Marmara Sea. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. It is left to the painter of great nature epochs, to the author of Mohammed and Zaira, to describe as it should the impressive spectacle that this immense waterway presents in which I saw the entire fleet sailing, accompanied by an infinity of other ships, thousands of canoes, that cannot be described, but the impression of which cannot fade from memory, and boats, palaces, and here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. splendid terraces, the cities of the Sultan, of the Sultanas, and of the great figures of the empire, built with the most exquisite oriental taste, compete among themselves in beauty and luxury, picturesque hills surrounding the canal covered with the innest green and elegant isolated cottages. The colossal body of the city of Constantinople presented as if covered by a forest of spires, domes, and terraces, all painted in a variety of colours, and only interrupted by the green in large trees, and finally the Marmara Sea closing the horizon to the south. This magnificent ensemble forms a picture. 1.5 leagues beyond this space, the villages situated on the shore of the Bosphorus are rather more separated from one another. The mouth of the Black Sea is defended by a fort on each side of the channel, and by 2 ancient castles located halfway along the straight coast, and to the left the Tower of Leandro. The port of Constantinople is the best in the world. The artillery-garnished island is situated in the middle of a strait. Additionally, there are numerous field batteries on both banks at the mouth of the canal into the Sea of Marmara. It is formed by a sinuous arm of sea that extends inland between the city and the suburbs of Galata, Pera, etc. It is surrounded by hills, and therefore sheltered from all winds. The shore is so shallow that ships with 3 decks can approach the coast and come to anchor with their bow without touching the keel. On the port coast opposite Constantinople you can see the arsenal, where I counted 14 or 15 warships, some entirely equipped and armed, others ready to be fitted out, all well made and in excellent condition. The arsenal is vast and well provisioned with materials. There were also many idle vessels or hulked ships, a few cannon-equipped rowboats, and on the shipyard a frigate being constructed by European workers. At the harbour are 2 fine machines for pulling ships out of the water. It contains an infinite number of cannons, most of them bronze, an excellent machine for hoisting, and a construction basin, whose only defect is that it has a bottom that leaks water. At the time it was occupied by a ship of 74 cannon. That was being repaired. The house of Captain Passia, or the great admiral of the Ottoman navy, is situated near the arsenal. A magnificent building with a beautiful landing on the sea. Behind that of Passia comes the house of the chief of the arsenal, in front of whose door an urn serving as a tomb stands as a fountain. When coming from Asia to Pera, which is the suburb where the European ambassadors and merchants reside, one usually docks at Top Hana, another suburb on the canal. There are barracks for the gunners, as well as a battery of 24 guns mounted on carriages of various shapes to defend the entrance to the port. The barracks are beautiful, and contain many carts and wagons. I noticed an old columbine bow, almost a foot in calibre, that is, internal diameter, and 19 feet long, intended to shoot stone balls, many of which can be seen around here. The suburb of Galata, which joins with those of Top Hana and Pera, is large, very populous, and enclosed by a wall that touches the houses of the neighbouring suburbs. A street, more than 1/4 of a league long, runs through it from one end to the other, but it is narrow, ill-paved, and almost entirely lined with shops selling provisions. Houses, made almost entirely of wood, evoke a sense of sadness. The houses that had been burned down the previous year were being rebuilt. The sanctuary has no decorations, and the temple is dark. The Greek church of St. Dimitri consists of 3 small naves that are well proportioned and supported by wooden columns covered in stucco imitating marble. I was told this is one of the most beautiful Greek churches in the capital. The promenade of Constantinople's residents is the cemetery, which Christians call the Field of the Dead. It cannot therefore be very cheerful, but it dominates part of the city and the Bosphorus, and you can enjoy a wonderful view there. There is also a beautiful barracks on this side, once inhabited by regular and disciplined troops according to European standards, called Nizam Jidid, but these troops no longer exist. To go from one of these suburbs to Constantinople, you cross the port in a small rowboat with 1 or 2 rowers, and disembark at covered locations where many rowboats are stacked on top of each other. These warehouses are made of wood, and you can enter them without actually disembarking. On the doors of these buildings, on the land side, there are always rented horses with saddles ready to be taken immediately. I was accommodated in a beautiful khan, constructed with cut stones. with no other company but that of my Turkish dragoman, a slave, and a janissary. The dragoman was a singular man. Born Christian in Albania, he had been brought to Europe to study medicine. The travellers, wherever they wish, along dirty, steep roads, flanked on both sides by workshops and wooden houses painted with vibrant colours, but not directly adjacent to each other, forming one another's angles, entering and protruding without any uniformity. Here they sell comestibles, jams, tobacco, drugs, etc. His conversation had something extraordinary about it. After having travelled for 5 years for this reason to Italy, France, and Germany, he stayed for 2 years in Vienna with the Emperor's first physician, Joseph II, in the palace of this prince, with whom he had the honour of conversing on several occasions. At that time he was dressed in an European style. Upon arriving in Constantinople, he had converted to Islam, and at this point he did not have a means of sustenance. Since I do not speak Turkish, and he did not know Arabic, he used a mixture of Italian and macaronic Latin. Even though I did not learn alchemy in Christian schools, I studied other things. Imagine, reader, what my conversations with a man who combined confused education with a mixture of bizarre imaginings could have been like. Here is the translation of the provided text. So, because of Latin. Indeed, not having ever made use of this language, I do not speak it better than the Albanian doctor. His was an Italianized Latin, mine an Arabic Latin, mine an Arabic Latin. He believed, for example, that the air was populated by spirits or invisible men who had a direct influence on humans, and formed some sort of brotherhood with certain mortals, etc. Apart from that, he was a good man and straightforward. I will not attempt to describe it, as many travellers have done so already. The great mosque of Hagia Sophia, the former cathedral of St. Sophia, is a magnificent building. Its vast domed roof, surrounded by half-domes, creates a wonderful effect. Christians can gain access, like in all the other mosques of Constantinople, with permission from the government, which is easily obtained. The walls are adorned with marble, and the columns reasonably well preserved, but the roof is beginning to deteriorate. The Sultan's tribune is far from beautiful. It is a sort of cage, supported by 4 small columns, surrounded by golden gratings. In the northeastern corner of the main nave, a magnificent marble jar, beautifully crafted, serves as a fountain. Also notable is a marble screen, in the form of a partition, very well made and imitating the wood found in one of the upper lodges. What amazes is to see this temple encumbered by a quantity of sticks and reeds placed along the walls and around the pillars, pieces of cloth, like sheets, napkins, etc., suspended, forming a kind of separate tribune, where only the owners can enter to pray or read, which forms in church a ridiculous sort of encampment. On a Friday I saw Sultan Mustafa go to pray at the Sultan Di Jami Mosque, which is located in front of one of the gates of the palace complex. The road he took to reach the mosque was lined with 2 rows of janissaries from the palace gate all the way to the mosque. My interpreter and my janissary refused to approach, for at the mere mention of the Sultan all trembled. I, however, crossed the lines and entered the courtyard of the mosque, where I took up the most favourable position to observe His Highness. Various characters from the court arrived in several waves, surrounded by foot servants, and riding on beautifully adorned horses. They descended to the door of the mosque, and the servants took care of the horses, from Italian to English. Every soldier is obliged to always have a weapon with him. The janissaries, like the other Turks, wear a long coat, but of different colours, as each one desires, with only a distinctive mark of a ridiculous white-grey felt hat that hangs behind, and it covers their backs, and in front a metal plate that comes down over the forehead, and secures a coarse wooden spoon that here is the translation of the text. He appeared unarmed, holding only a stick in his hand. I then saw 10 horses from the Sultan arrive, all very tall and of different colours, covered in large blankets, richly embroidered with gold and silver, and saddles with magnificent fabrics on top. The Sultan, mounted on a magnificent horse, arrived shortly after, preceded by a dozen or so guards, called postandi, armed with golden small pikes. At his sides stood 4 officers who could be aptly named the ventole fans of the Sultan, as they conceal His Majesty's figure with their vast plumes. Sure, Here is the translation of your text from Italian to English. I could barely see her. Yet I saw her face perfectly well, and looked at her through my little glass as long as I could. Her face is very long, and her nose is slightly turned up. She has large eyes, and the paleness of her complexion is broken only by the two rosy apples on her cheeks. She appears to me rather tall, slender, and very lively. She had a simple fur, but the turban was adorned with a very rich rose of brilliance, rather large, and with a most vivid light. On entering the court of the temple, she made a slight salutation, raising her right hand to her chest, and looking straight ahead and to both sides. A profound silence reigned until the Sultan reached the door of the temple. Upon touching it, a dozen men standing nearby shouted, "Hail!" He greeted as he passed by with such measured precision that it seemed like an automaton. On the same day, I went to attend the midday prayer at St. Sophia. She followed behind the Sultan, the head of the black eunuchs, whose appearance was truly horrifying. He was dressed richly, and rode a beautiful horse similar to that of the Sultan, also surrounded by his footmen. No particular ceremony takes place there, and after the prayer I saw a doctor climb up onto a high pulpit and deliver a lengthy sermon while seated. While I was attentively listening to him, the chief officer of Captain Pasha's table, whom I had known in Alexandria, approached me and showed me countless signs of affection by kissing my hands and feet. The sentence appears to be cut off, so I translated up to the last complete phrase. If there's more text, please provide it for a complete translation. The other most notable mosques in Constantinople are the Turbe, which is the tomb of Sultan Abdul Hamid, father of the current Sultan Mustafa, a beautiful octagonal chapel where a black stone adorned with silver is reverently displayed within a ace niche bearing the footprint of the Prophet as if on a soft wax plaque. The new church, decorated with beautiful marble, is a perfect copy of St. Sophia. The tomb, or mausoleum, of Sultan Suleiman, an elegant octagonal chapel resembling that of Abdul Hamid, albeit less magnificent, is situated in the midst of a small garden next to the mosque known as Soleimania, qualities covering its internal walls. To enter the mosque, one passes over a terrace that overlooks a part of the city, the port, and the neighborhood of Galata, etc. Then, after crossing a large courtyard, adorned with a loggia supported by granite columns, one enters the main body of the mosque, which is rich in 4 magnificent columns of the same granite and other marbles of various ease. In a corner of the temple, a certain missionary sat on the ground, preaching to the large crowd gathered around him. Here's a breakdown. In un angolo del tempio, seduto in terra, sat on the ground, predicava al numeroso popolo. In a corner of the temple, un certo qual missionario, a certain missionary, literally a certain kind of missionary, was preaching to the large crowd che gli stava intorno affollato. Even in the courtyard there are several granite red columns of uncommon size. The mosque of Sultan Mehmed II, who conquered Constantinople, is also a remarkable building. That was gathered around him do not yield to others in beauty, the mosque of Sultan Ahmed, whose 4 pillars supporting the central dome are inlaid with sculled white marble. The Sultan's platform is supported by numerous columns, among which Sultan's platform is supported by numerous columns, among which we see some of a beautiful dark bronze and one of ancient green. In this mosque the Sultan usually goes twice a year, for Easter and the Prophet's birthday, as its location is extremely convenient for all his entourage, which can expand in the hippodrome next to the mosque. The chapel and the sidewalk were crowded with women coming to visit the tomb. Elegant is the Osmania Mosque, but smaller than the others. When I went to see it, the arcades of the courtyard were filled with small shops selling trinkets, where merchants shouted as they would at a market, and inside the church 5 or 6 preachers shouted even louder. The turba, or Sultan's tomb, located next to the mosque in the middle of a small garden, is a simple brick chapel, but the coffin is covered with a lavish carpet. Ayyub located along the canal's shore. Leaving the city towards the port, at a quarter-league distance, there is a charming palace of the Sultan, beyond which lies the suburb of... His bones were miraculously discovered at the same site. A saintly disciple of the Prophet gave this suburb its name, and he was revered as the protector of Constantinople. The entrance. The sword is tied to the new Sultan in the mosque of this suburb. replacing the coronation of monarchs in Europe. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. Since it is absolutely forbidden for infidels to enter this temple, no one has described it, which is why I will attempt to do so. After crossing an irregular square, one enters the building, consisting of a courtyard in the centre, a mosque on the right, and a chapel on the other side, where the tomb of the saint is located. These buildings are encrusted with marble from top to bottom, both on the walls and the floor. The courtyard has the shape of a parallelogram, and is surrounded by porticos on 3 sides. The mosque is no different from all other imperial mosques. In the centre stand 2 poplar trees, whose leaves provide shade over the entire courtyard. The pillars placed at the corners of the square are very slender. The dome is supported by 6 cylindrical pillars resembling columns on 3 sides of the square, and rising up from the back wall is a half-dome forming a chapel where the mehreb, or niche of the imam, is located. Sure, here is the translation of the provided text from Auto, assuming it's a mix of Italian and Greek, to English. Constantinople, that is to say, like St. Sophia, is formed of a great dome or a square. But this has 2 particular things that distinguish it. First, that. The second peculiarity is that the Sultan's tribune is not arranged like in other mosques, but rather to the left of the minbar. Here's a breakdown. Well, la seconda particolarità, the second peculiarity, siège, is that la tribuna del sultano, the sultan's tribune, non è come nelle altre moschee, is not arranged like in other mosques alla diritta del mehreb. To the right of the minbar is a pulpit in a mosque of 7 to 8 feet. On the opposite side of the courtyard is a hall adorned with carpets and sofas and various inscriptions that cover all its walls. Ma alla sinistra, but to the left the walls are all encrusted with rare marble. The floor is covered with rich carpets and a great number of crystal and silver lamps and candelabras, ostrich eggs, coconut nuts, and other minute ornaments, all garnished with precious metals and coloured with the most beautiful shades, hang suspended at an height. This hall is, so to speak, the antechamber of the chapel where the tomb of the saint is kept. In a small niche formed in the thickness of the room's wall, there is preserved a piece of white and black marble inscribed with the imprint of the Prophet's foot. It is this one that I perceived best marked in all similar monuments that I have seen during my travels. The chapel, illuminated by beautiful windows, forms a small temple covered by an elegant dome. The walls are adorned with inscriptions similar to those in the antechamber, and the catafalque of the saint, placed in the middle, is covered with rich fabric surrounded by a silver gate. After leaving generous alms within and other offerings at the door, which is always surrounded by a handful of poor people, not very disturbing to be honest, as being registered, no one asks for alms from the faithful, but the head alone. I did not fail to visit the tomb of the mother of the unfortunate. From the chief's band there is a standard folded within its sheath, which is the distinctive sign of the disciple of the Prophet. On the opposite side is a well from which water is drawn using a silver bucket, which is then drunk from cups made of the same metal, and it is said that this water possesses miraculous properties. Selim III, which consists of a small temple encrusted with precious marbles, and decorated both inside and out with columns and mouldings of the most exquisite taste. I also observed many other famous mosques known for their names, but with little notable architectural value. It receives light from many golden-grated windows, and has in front a vestibule supported by beautiful marble columns with veined patterns. Along with the mosques there are tombs of distinguished personalities, libraries, schools, shelters for the poor, khans for travellers, hospices, and other charitable institutions, all of which have been described by other travellers. This relic is displayed for public veneration in a chapel located facing the mausoleums. I also wanted to see a house in whose largest hall, arranged here, is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Mausoleums of a family that possesses some hairs from the Prophet's beard, a treasure infinitely more precious than all the riches of India. When I entered, a minister presented to me a plate with a cushion covered in different pieces of vibrant fabric that emitted a delightful fragrance. After reverently handling the plate, he touched my eyes, forehead, nose, and mouth repeatedly with a lock of hair laid on top of a piece of black wax, murmuring prayers with each touch while I maintained exemplary composure. I dyed in a small bottle of water within which the holy hair had been soaked, and I left full of joy. The hair that I was touched by was quite reddish, curled, strong, and of a length of 2 across fingers. Afterwards I offered my prayer and made a donation, which seemed quite substantial to the minister, prompting him to graciously ask me to repeat the plait and hair ceremony, which I gladly accepted as a special favour. Here's a breakdown of the changes made. Midide, translated to, I died for clarity. In oltre una piccola bottiglia d'acqua, maintained the literal translation, while removing the unnecessary oltre beyond, entro la quale erano stati bagnati ai santi capelli. Translated directly, keeping bagnati soaked for authenticity. I parte, colmo di gioia. Translated to, and I left full of joy, for natural English expression. Ai capelli che mi si fecero toccare. Changed for grammatical accuracy to the hair that I was touched by. Erano alquanto rossicci, torti, forti, della lunghezza di dita traverse. Kept the descriptive terms, and used of a length of 2 across fingers for a natural English equivalent. The following day I visited another house where a piece of the Prophet's garment is venerated. Accustomed to reflecting on all that had befallen me, I could not on this occasion refrain from marvelling at the miracle of divine providence, which deigned to enrich an entire family with merely the product of a small lock of hair. A guard of janissaries and sheriffs occupied the door. The house was filled with women, who usually go in the morning to worship the relic, and many carriages were waiting on the street. I was told that I could not enter until afternoon, so I waited in a nearby mosque until the time specified. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. At the door they distribute small bottles of water at a low price, in which the relic was bathed. It is customary to leave slippers at the foot of the stairs, where a sheriff is responsible for receiving them and returning them when leaving. If you enter first into an irregular room with a very low stage, and having made the prayer, one enters the chapel of the relic. This is a room of 10 by 11 feet square, as low as a mezzanine, which has, like the mosques, its mihrab with a window on every side, all covered with rich carpets. A sheriff enters the mir, where a small table, covered with many embroidered fabrics, richly decorated, is placed one upon the other. The end of the relic is shown beneath one of these fabrics for the veneration of the faithful believers. Despite the religious darkness of the room, I noticed that the relic is a piece of thick woolen cloth in a black or dark brown colour, and it was not placed in the centre of the table, but rather at one end, as I suppose, to protect it from countless kisses of the devout. This invaluable relic, no less than the hairs of the Prophet's beard, which I had revered on the previous day, is not displayed for public worship except during Ramadan. Much more reflective, though devoted like the others, I truly kissed the relic, applying my lips, forehead, and cheeks to it. Yet at the same time I had the discernment to leave a substantial donation as compensation for such extraordinary service. God be praised. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. They penetrate this with a holy terror, and, out of deep respect, they kiss it without much reflection on a cloth where the relic is not present. And by this innocent ruse it is taken away from an infinity of touches that, in the long run, would harm it and soil it. El Saraya, or Seraglio, the palace of the Sultan, can be regarded as another city within Constantinople, with so many palaces, houses, and terraces, the gardens that surround it in its vast expanse. I only saw 2 gates in this immense circuit, which do not at all correspond to the grandeur of the palace. The life of the punch press is powered by 3 men, and a 4th places the coin beneath the die. One of these, guarded by the porters, is situated above a courtyard, or irregular square, where there is a mint that I did not fail to visit. In another house within the same courtyard, many ancient weapons are preserved and hung on the walls. At the end of the courtyard there is another door, equally guarded by Bastangi bodyguards, eunuchs, and other officials, who did not allow me to go any further inside. I saw, moreover, looking through this door, a second, more spacious courtyard, with many terraces and other isolated buildings. And here is all I can say about the seraglio enclosure or palace complex of the great lord, which, having been described many times by those who have seen it, or claim to have seen it, it is not necessary for me to add what little I know. Here's a breakdown. For this reason, I stayed away from court, and did not visit my friend Musa Pasha of Alexandria, who was then Kaimarkan. I could have indeed obtained permission to enter, but I did not want to spend the money on such things, because if I had wanted to treat myself with the magnificence befitting my rank, I would have sacrificed to ambition that sweet independence which had begun to enjoy in a kind of obscurity chosen by me, and from which I did not wish to emerge. Per tale motivo, for this reason, mi teni lontano dalla corte, I stayed away from court. Che allora era Kaimarkan. Who was then Kaimarkan? E non mi presentai a Musa Pasha mio amico d'Alessandria, and did not visit my friend Musa Pasha of Alexandria. Note, Kaimarkan appears to be a title or rank, so it's kept as is. From the Grand Vizier, that is to say, the first official of the empire in Constantinople, when the Grand Vizier is with the army, as was then the case with that of Adrianople, and I am quite sure that he would have received me as a dear brother if I had wished to introduce myself to the court. The hall is vast, but not suitable for this purpose. Leaving the stable, I passed through the house of the Grand Vizier, and saw in the lower court a large hall, at the end of which is placed, on an elevated platform, the sofa of this minister for public audiences. The main gate of the house consists of a very simple arch facing the wall of the palace, notable for a tower to which the Sultan sometimes secretly goes to watch the public ceremonies of the Grand Vizier with foreign ministers, etc. The Palace of Constantine is located in the centre of Constantinople, and it is said to be the old seraglio. I could only see its high walls. It is inhabited by the women confined to the seraglio. Almost all the streets of Constantinople are narrow and dirty. The sidewalks, which are 4 or 5 feet high, are poorly paved and very uncomfortable, so one almost always went there on horseback. This is the cause of fires. The houses have so many windows that they look like cages. I have already said that they are made of wood and painted with very bright colours, or arranged in any irregular way. Here's a breakdown of changes made. The revised version uses look like cages for a more natural expression. Le cas hanno tante finestre, che pagiono gabi, was translated literally, but sounds awkward in English. Ho già detto che sono di legno, dipinte con vivacissimi colori, o disposte senza aver una regolarità, was rephrased for fluency while retaining the meaning. Cioè cagione degli incendi, che was shortened slightly to this is the cause of fires. The original text uses some older Italian vocabulary, pagiono, veruna that were replaced with more modern equivalents for clarity. Special characters like age were removed, as they are not standard in English. Every year they destroy parts of the city, and during my stay I was a witness to 2 events that caused severe damage. But the fanaticism of the Turks persistently resists such calamitous experiences, and they rebuild their homes as they were before, leaving Providence to safeguard them. And in this way it will not be long before one can say that the city of Constantinople has been rebuilt 100 times over. I have seen pharmacies much like those in Europe, a street filled with silversmiths, and an entire district inhabited by calderers, from which I emerged completely dazed. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto, assuming it's a mix of Italian and possibly other languages to English. I passed through a long street where copperware is sold, notable for the immense quantity of goods and the beautiful symmetry with which they are arranged in the warehouses. Constantinople is the only Muslim city where carriages still exist. Those I used were suspended on 4 well-proportioned wheels, laden with gold decorations, covered in white canvas. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto, assumed to be Italian to English. A red one, pulled by a team of horses, guided by a coachman walking at a slow pace. On the back of the carriage there is a wooden step that is placed next to the door when getting in or out. I've removed any symbols that might not be common in English text to ensure clarity and readability. The Turks do not employ servants, and it seems they take offence at using carriages to drive around the city, as they rarely see women inside them. I wanted one day to carefully examine the racecourse called by the Turks at Miadan. Here's a breakdown of the changes. I wanted one day, voli un giorno, minutamente esaminare, to carefully examine l'ippodromo, the racecourse chiamato dai Turci, called by the Turks at Maidan. Kept as is, assuming it's a proper noun. Is this an irregular square about 250 paces long and 150 broad, in the centre of which stands a beautiful Egyptian obelisk of red granite, resembling the Dullet of Cleopatra in Alexandria. Not so high, though it is given 60 feet of elevation. Every face presents a line perpendicular of very large personages. Hieroglyphics. I was told that these figures represent. It is supported by 4 bronze dice on a base or pedestal made of various rough-hewn marble pieces, on which several bizarre relief figures were carved, all in high relief and of poor Greek mid-century taste. The translation of the provided text is, "To the disciples of Jesus Christ." But what is beyond doubt is that this pedestal does injustice to such a beautiful monument, which will sooner or later cause its ruin. Not far from this Egyptian obelisk, another can be seen, raised by the Greeks in imitation of the first, which I believe has the same dimensions as well. However, being made of small stones of various qualities and poorly cut, it threatens ruin, presenting a striking contrast of weakness with the solidity of the other. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. At this obelisk one finds a shelter for the poor, threatened day by day with being buried under its ruins. Between the 2 obelisks there is a 3rd bronze column, missing its upper part. It is said that it ended with 3 heads of snakes, whose bodies tightly wound around the stem. The bronze is very thin, and having been perforated in several places, it was filled with stones in the hollow interior. The surviving piece can be up to 10 feet tall. After examining the monuments of the Hippodrome, I headed towards taking many roads. Walking around, I noticed many well-stocked markets, but separated from each other by long, completely deserted streets. In a small square I observed 2 beautiful granite columns lying on the ground, and I saw another 2 smaller ones of green ancient stone near the door of a house that was entirely similar to the others. Finally, I reached the foot of a tall tower, covered with a very acute cone, and it is one of those that form the Castle of 7 Towers, where state prisoners are held. It was considered the place where any ambassador from a power declaring war on the Sultan would be imprisoned, but it seems this custom has fallen into disuse now. Getting off my horse, I entered the first courtyard of the castle, where a tall man with a mischievous face soon approached me. When I asked for permission to look around inside, he flatly refused. I immediately remounted my horse and left through the city gate near the 7 Towers, intending, if nothing else, to form some idea of this fortress by observing it from outside. But I only saw a confused labyrinth of towers and walls stacked on top and of each other. Turning north towards the city walls, I examined the fortifications that defend the capital of the empire from the landward side. Her means of defence consist in a moat almost completely filled in and turned into gardens, a first line of very low walls, like a parapet, a second line of higher walls, and a third inner line even taller, flanked by very tall towers. Constantinople could not withstand more than 8 days of attack from an army on land. These 3 lines of stepped walls, crowned with embrasures, have a certain imposing aspect as they present 3 ranks of fire, but they could not resist the well-directed fire of the enemy's artillery, which would also have the advantage of fire, approaching its artillery covered by hills and the hedges of gardens that reach the base of the walls. All the rest of the walls are also in ruin. However, in a very considerable space between the gate of Adrianopolis and that of Top, as well as in another section between this gate and the castle of the 7 Towers, the 3 lines of walls are completely ruined and replaced by a single one, completely ruined and erased. That appears to be rather a simple wall of a courtyard than a bastion of an immense city, the cistern of Philoxene. Chapter Lee, titled Constantine's Column. Women's Market. Lantern Quarter, Bezesteinen, or Great Bazaar. The Sultan's ally Kikso Palace, Marmara Seashore. End of the Seraglio Imperial Complex. Barracks of the Bombardiers, Sultan's House of Pleasure, Ramadan lighting. Bayram Festival, or Easter, Constantinople waters. Turkish character, amusements. Women, climate. The Phyloxene cistern, built during the time of Constantine to provide water for the city, is now little more than a dry underground chamber where a silk thread factory once operated, preceded by this one, and followed by mine. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. You descend through a bad staircase that leads into a nearly dark place, supported by numerous columns, and everything is filled with machines designed to spin and weave silk whose threads are almost invisible in such a place. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Little illuminated, they divide horizontally across the orders of the columns, making it impossible to take a step without risking breaking dozens of them. A guide is necessary to navigate this labyrinth. I ordered them one after the other like a company of blind men, and I walked through this sort of subterranean chamber that now serves purposes so different from its original design. The vault, supported by columns, has openings at regular intervals that now function as vents, but they were originally designed to draw water. The columns are made of coarse marble, whose surface is deteriorating. Each column is composed of two shafts, placed one on top of the other without any glue. The lower shaft, instead of a capital, has a wide base approximately 1 foot in diameter, on which the upper shaft rises, replaced by a shapeless figure, resembling an upside-down cone. The earth and the debris that used to be thrown out of the windows until a certain period have filled this immense cistern to 2/3 of the height of the lower column. My guide told me that there are more than 400 of these columns, although the description counts only 212. But the guide must be right, because he calculates both the lower and upper columns. The workers confined in this underground workshop have a bad colour and an unappealing appearance. The column is beginning to crumble. I did not forget to visit the market, where women of every colour are sold. Exiting this cave, I passed by the column of Constantine, made up of many pieces of red porphyry, except for the upper and lower parts, which are formed with stones of entirely different nature, to the detriment of the rest of the monument. It is a vast courtyard surrounded by high walls, about 3 or 4 feet tall, upon which the slaves are displayed, and small rooms where the buyer brings in the woman he has chosen to examine more closely. When I went there, it was Easter Day, and no market was held. The Grand Bazaar, known as the place is closed and well guarded, and it is said that Christians cannot enter. Bezestein is magnificent, divided into numerous streets, all covered in high arches that let light in from the sky. There are rich Turkish weapons there, but they are very heavy. I noticed in particular some beautiful diamonds and a golden cup with its lid exquisitely crafted. Some of these districts are exclusively occupied by well-stocked silk merchants. Others only show joy and precious materials. Finally, the rest offer an infinite variety of stores of every kind: weapons, furs, armour, Indian canvases, cotton and woolen fabrics, books in small quantities, globes, and products from all over the world. I was looking for the history of the Ottoman Empire in Turkish language at the bookshops, and I was offered a copy consisting of 2 volumes, one entirely new, and the other old, worth 80 silver coins. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English, items that had been used by other people. For this reason, I happily renounced this purchase. I offered to pay 60, but they refused, saying that I could have bought it for just a few more coins, but due to its age and the frequent outbreaks of plague in the country, they were reluctant to part with it. The district of the city inhabited by Greek Christians is called Fanari. In this district are located the homes of the patriarch and the main families of this nation. As I passed through them, I noticed some well-kept houses, but without any external luxury. The one of Prince Sudzo, appointed then as the host of Wallachia, does not distinguish from the others. It is forbidden for Greeks to paint their houses with vibrant colours externally, but rather with dark ones, which gives them such a sad and monotonous air that it displeases. During my stay in Constantinople, I boarded 3 times to visit the shores around. The first time I rented a boat to go to the Sultan's terrace, located on the shore near the port, outside the palace grounds. This beautiful viewpoint, known as Ali Kiosk, consists of a small square house surrounded by a gallery supported by marble columns and closed only by thick canvas curtains. Tea water. Translation. I entered without finding anyone. The floor was covered with carpets, the stage adorned with paintings and gold leaf, and the sofa mounted in solid silver, but without any other decorations or fanciful touches. It was as wide as a bed, had a rough mattress covered with a turquoise canvas. In front of the sofa stood a marble fountain, but without. These terraces are of various heights and without apparent symmetry, and I saw near one of these buildings columns of a precious breach. Illustration. Ancient monument in the courtyard of the Grand Lord in Constantinople. I continued to observe from the boat the tip of the courtyard, where there are many gazebos, almost all covered with dense latticework, which I assumed to be summer apartments of the sultans. Upon entering the fortress, and at a short distance from the tip, there stands an ancient magnificent column, which may be approximately 62 feet tall. However, it is situated in such a remote location that it cannot be seen by casual observers. Hence it has not been described by any traveller up to this point. Only during the last English attack, when Europeans were allowed inside the fortress to organize the service of the Spanish battery, was this monument sketched, which was designed by the respectable Marquis. 4. See the journey of Mr. The text translated from auto to English is, Dalmanara had the kindness to communicate with me 4. 4 was kept as is, as it appears to be referencing a note or source. Refers to Signor Mr. De. Vedi il viaggio del Cid was translated as see the journey of Mr., assuming Cid. Here's a breakdown of the changes made. Dalmanara ebbe la gentilezza di comunicaremi was translated as Dalmanara had the kindness to communicate with me, preserving the meaning while adapting to English grammar. The original text lacked context for a more precise translation. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English, about this and other features of the fortress. I have already noted that the point which ends at the mouth of the port is formed by a rampart surrounded by a simple walled enclosure with battlements featuring loggias, terraces, and gardens at varying distances. The second time I embarked was to examine the front of the city from the side of the Marmara Sea, which offers a truly magnificent and extraordinary view of an astonishing number of houses and buildings stretching as far as the eye can see along the shores of this sea. Outside the wall, the foot of this fortification is defended by a line of field batteries constructed during the indicated period under the direction of the ambassadors of France and Spain, General Sebastiani and Marquis d'Almanara. These batteries, supported by those on the opposite banks of the harbour and the Bosphorus, ensure the security of the fortress from any sea-borne attack. I did not see on the walls of the fortress even a single battery, called the Spanish battery. It was located within the fortress and served by individuals from this nation, which proves the extreme confidence of the Grand Sultan. These walls are exactly like those that surround the city by the sea. In the latest battery of the fortress positioned at noon, I saw some ancient Turkish cannons of colossal size. Some of them have 7 or 8 smaller mouths surrounding the large central one, while others are 1 foot in diameter. They are used to fire stone balls that are prepared and stacked next to each piece. But since these very heavy machines cannot move, they have difficulty in hitting moving objects. These large cannons stand on the ground without a carriage to fire at water level, so that any ship touched by one of these projectiles must inevitably sink to the bottom. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. The remaining walls beyond the fortress are no longer in the same state of defence. I boarded for the last time on Easter Sunday with the objective of observing the bottom of the harbour. All Ottoman ships had hoisted their flags, but none was under full sail, and a perfect calm made the sails useless. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. I counted about 30 vessels, including frigates and corvette, of which 20 were available, and 10 cannon-armed rowboats. After passing in front of the mosque in the quarter, I admired the handsome facade of the bombardier's barracks, where salutes of joy were fired with a line of mortars, either side of the canal, about an hour's walk from where I boarded. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Yab. Having been granted various audiences with the Sultan, I discovered the channel of the harbour, narrow and divided into multiple channels between the islands at water's edge and covered in reeds. This is the layout of various small houses and a beautiful terrace with marble columns. The balconies are richly gilded. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Over there, the boat entered a freshwater channel that originates from a village called Belgrade, 3 hours away from the main road. Then, having passed under 2 registers, closely spaced, it docked to allow us to view one of the Sultan's pleasure houses located on the Ar. Below there is a square pond, where the water falls from a second tier of steps. The terrace faces a waterfall, where water cascades down over steps in the shape of shells across the entire width of the channel, which can be approximately 70 feet wide. The centre of the grand hall is adorned with a lovely fountain, and in one corner is the Sultan's platform, consisting of a mattress and some red origami fans embroidered with gold placed on a raised stand, covered by an Ottoman pavilion in the form of a curtain. There are 3 gently isolated pergola-covered ponds within the garden, and facing the terrace is a fountain that mimics the shape of the serpent column at the hippodrome, with water flowing from its mouth. At the bottom of the channel there is a roughly carved marble fountain, and even further below another in the form of a large vase. From the vantage point of the fall, the channel appears as a straight line extending to a remarkable distance, consistently maintaining the same width. 2 rows of poplar trees frame its 2 banks. This place, once closed, is now open to the public, but in a state of deplorable disrepair, as it is not frequented by the present Sultan, who saw it only once. The guards greeted me politely, and even served my entourage coffee. The channel drains into a narrow valley closed between barren little mountains. Here is this translation of the text from Italian to English. There are some houses where a body of bostanches, likely an army or military force, lodges, near which one sees a few cannons, used to train gunners. This place is known as the Sweet Waters. In the classic nights of Ramadan, mosques are illuminated, and the lighting of the imperial mosques is magnificent, especially that of St. Sophia. It took an hour and a quarter to return to the landing in Constantinople, although the boat, being very light and equipped with 4 oars, made more than a league per hour. In this instance alone can one have a perfect idea of this immense dome, for the light that enters it during the day is not sufficient to reveal the magnitude of the structure, handing of it, until the moment I saw it illuminated. It succeeded for me to find a way to extinguish so many lights. Thousands of lights are placed along the frames, on the mouldings and the shiny parts of the interior, with thousands more suspended from the ceilings, and an infinity of crystal and glass lamps of varying sizes, all contribute to making the grandeur of this temple much clearer than sunlight, and I must confess that I did not have a complete understanding. Many men with large fans of quills stir the air, and with each stroke 10, 12, or 20 are extinguished, even though they are 8 or 10 feet away from the fan. In a few moments the entire temple is enveloped in darkness again. The quantity of these pale lights, seen moving from one place to another, suspended at such a low level in the air, gives them the appearance of a dance of spectres. The poorly paved streets, steep or gentle, always wet, makes them very uncomfortable, even if 1 or 2 lanterns are lit, because those used commonly, because they are covered in cloth, they emit such a weak light that people carrying them can barely be distinguished. While many lights are consumed in mosques, and even on towers where they serve no purpose, not a single one is found on the streets, burdened with dark mud, and among houses typically painted in dark colours that further dampen the atmosphere. Clear moon does not illuminate many nights of Ramadan, and the deep darkness that reigns at that time in all. At night I have never encountered women on the street. Soldiers, janissaries, and the horses of the Sultan and his entourage. After the end of Ramadan, on the last day of November, Easter was celebrated on December 1st. The Sultan held a feast at the mosque of Ahmed the Amisti, following the practices of his predecessors. Desiring to see its continuation, I wanted to take a place in the mosque beforehand, as His Highness enters from the outside. So, having gone at 4 in the morning to another nearby mosque to pray the Easter prayer at sunrise, I subsequently came 2 days at sunrise. Ahmed's mosque, where I found in the courtyard 2,000 or 3,000 women, few men, some Bostanji. Before the ceremonies ended, the street was already crowded with people, forming 2 lines of janissaries. A dozen janissaries were wearing a grey garment adorned with silver embroidery. They wore their standard attire, while the Bostanjis had red kaftans with long berets to match. I took position in the inner corner of the door. Many officers and senior officials of the palace subsequently emerged with magnificent horses, followed by the Shah el-Islam, or Mufti, surrounded by his awlam. High-ranking characters wore lavish ceremonial turbans on their heads, resembling a truncated cone turned upside down, about 1.5 feet high, completely adorned with muslin. Doctors, a certain number of chiefs, paraded, dressed in large kaftans with hanging sleeves behind, lined with rich furs and woven with gold on the outside, and they had beautiful horses richly adorned. Following me from the other side, I saw Musa Pacha, the Grand Viziers. Some had a shield with a diameter of 2 feet on their saddle to the right, and a scimitar richly adorned with gold and gems to the left. Second in command passed by on horseback, surrounded by 400 to 500 officials, employees, and soldiers, all on foot, almost lifting him off the ground. They kept 10 or 12 horses of the Grand Sultan's harness behind them, with saddles covered in brilliants and other precious stones. In particular, the bridle and stirrups of one of these horses were extremely wealthy. Here's a breakdown of changes made. Vidi passare a cavallo, translated directly, as I saw pass by on horseback. Del Gran Vizier, translated to the Grand Vizier for clarity. Musa Pacha Kaimakan, kept as is since, it's a proper name. In mezzo a 400 and 500 ufficiali, impiegati, e soldati, streamlined slightly for natural English flow, while retaining the meaning. Tutti a piedi, translated to all on foot. Che quasi lo portavano in aria, changed to almost lifting him off the ground for better imagery and grammar. To I am deeply regretful that circumstances did not permit me to go and embrace such a fond friend. But since this acknowledgment would have clashed with my plan of action, I had enough strength to resist the affections of my heart and suppress the passions, which in such a situation might well have triumphed over others far more readily than over me. After knowing me, he greeted me gracefully and continued his march, turning his head to look at me. And when he left through the door, he greeted me again with a light, affectionate smile, which made quite an impression, so that many officers asked my people about me, saying they had not yet seen such a smile on the lips of this Muslim K. Here is the translation of the text from Auto to English. No, forgive me, dear friend. I know that you are expecting me at this moment, but I am escaping. Tomorrow I will abandon Constantinople. In fact, I could have given in, after resisting the affectionate pleas and vigorous persuasions my dearest friend, Mali Abzulam, and his brother, Mali Soleimano, to abandon the affection that bound me to Musa Pasha, and perhaps remain daughter its Bashet, oppressed by the honours that could replenish me in less than 24 hours. Moreover, I could see his face and greet him, to which he kindly responded. A group of mounted Bostanjis followed the Kaimakan, and then there was a shout of long live, and the Sultan appeared on horseback, but he was surrounded by 6 to 8 officers with enormous feathers. His complexion seemed very pale and thin. He wore a beautiful red kaftan, but the richness, and the gleam of the rose, and the pennon of brilliance that adorned his head, drew all my attention as something entirely extraordinary and of surprising wealth. All these turbans belonged to His Highness, who places one or the other on his head, according to the ritual of the ceremonies in the mosque. They followed the sovereign 3 great officers, one of whom wore an extremely tall turban adorned with a rose and a feather similar to those on the turban the Sultan had on his head. The other two each wore a turban of ordinary size and shape. Later came the great figures of the empire on horseback, dressed and wearing ordinary turbans, without any distinguishing marks. Finally, the formation was completed by a body of foot soldiers. I was told that these were the flower of Moslem nobility, sons and grandsons of princes, etc. The turban of the Kaimakam, the Grand Vizier, and the Rais Effendi bore the distinctive gold embroidery on muslin. I noticed many large black officials with horrifying appearances, dressed and equipped as richly as the others. The leader of the black eunuchs had the same distinctive emblem on his turban as the Grand Vizier. The Turks have different customs during Ramadan and Easter compared to other Muslims. All the main characters had a servant or employee by their side, carrying a turban wrapped in a rich cloth, which they usually place on their head during prayer time in the mosque, rather than during ceremonial occasions. I already noted that during the nights of Ramadan the streets are not illuminated, and on Easter holidays there are no horse races or mock wars, nor public games as in other countries under Islamic rule. All public demonstrations of joy reduced to solemnly walking from one place to another. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English: place to visit each other, to eat as much as possible, and to fire cannon shots at specific times in the port. I have seen the vast water reserves of Constantinople, which all come, passing through the northwest quarter of the city, from the district of Belgrade, a village nearly populated only by Greeks, just like all the surrounding lands. These dams are called bent by the Turks. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. One can find in this district, at 3 different locations, 3 great walls that close off valleys between one mountain and another, forming vast reservoirs of rainwater. However, since the rainy season had not yet begun, it only had the water from a small stream. Not far from this bend lies the second structure built by Sultana Valide, mother of Selim III. The greatest bend is located about 3 leagues from Constantinople, and can measure up to 160 feet in length, and 15 feet in thickness on the upper level, with a large bend that significantly increases its lower thickness. It is constructed of cut stones, and is in excellent condition. The wall that encompasses almost as much space as the previous one is more solidly constructed, as it supports both ends on 2 solid rocks. Unfortunately, however, little foundation was given to the base, so over time it might give way under the weight of the water. The aqueduct at Justinian, situated in the Greek village of Pyrgos. In the aqueducts that carry water to Constantinople, one would seek in vain the grandeur and magnificence of Roman works of the same kind, but they are generally sufficiently well built. It has 3 orders of arches, one above the other, of marble niches, but its construction shows the decline of the arts at that time, some distance above Pyrgos. Not far from this stands the other structure, erected by Sultans Solimano Kanani, which I did not see close enough to provide a definitive description. The following is the translation of the provided text. Where it was made, the pillars are too heavy, the arches extremely narrow, and of different widths and lengths, as if they had been constructed without any prior design or calculation of the forces acting upon each other. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. One can find an ancient aqueduct built by the Greeks. The audacity of its arches and the beauty of its construction bear witness to the superiority of the arts in the first age over the second. Lastly, I visited a recently constructed aqueduct by the Turks facing the Bosphorus near Buyukdere. But this beautiful monument, neglected for many centuries, has already suffered significant damage at its highest point. The arches of this aqueduct follow the design of Justinian's, but they are somewhat more regular. These aqueducts, along with their projections, form angles with the sinuosity of the mountains where the pipes are laid on the ground. The character of the Turks is serious, indeed, I would say melancholic. The Belgrade district is scattered with low mountains, topped with beautiful forests, that stretch out as far as the eye can see, and I was told they are abundant in wildlife. When compared to the Arabs, I believe I can assert that if both reached the level of European civilization, the Arabs would have the character of the French, and the Turks that of the English. They hardly know the custom of gathering in large conversations to pass the time. The fine arts are so banned in Muslim countries that a Turk would consider himself humbled if he played an instrument, sang, or danced, except during prayers. Women, entirely excluded from men's trade, cannot with their natural sweetness correct their fierce customs and spread pleasantness in society. The nearly absolute ignorance of European languages among the Turks, and their very limited correspondence abroad, deprive them of news of what is happening on this vast and varied stage. Hence, they regard with an indifferent eye the political events in this beautiful part of the world. Finally, the lack of books and teachers to learn physical sciences, as well as the innumerable discoveries of recent centuries, deprive them of that interesting knowledge which alone could bring about their civilization. Even though incapable of opening his heart to free, innocent joy, and furthermore, consider himself more valiant man the closer he comes to the state of brutes. These causes unite to the precarious existence of a despotic government. That state of distrust, and indeed that state of war, in which every country must be when the worship of rulers is different from that of almost all the governed, those false ideas of happiness which every Turk receives in his early childhood, make him believe himself happy, to spend the entire day sitting in complete physical and moral inaction, smoking a pipe, drinking coffee and other drugs, getting drunk on spirits or opium pills, exhausting both physical and moral forces. In fact, the Turks are not lacking in spectacles, but what spectacles? Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English, with excessive natural delights, or against nature. These are the pleasures that form the happiness of Muslims, who sometimes deign to pay attention to any spectacle only when it presents the image of objects of their unique joys. Although their music lacks harmony, it offers some sweet modulations. However, it is mixed with so many unpleasant dissonances that it cannot be endured for long. For this very reason, they usually have a jester who from time to time performs a dance or a ridiculous and indecent pantomime, always ending up representing a drunken man. Sentence may continue. I have metal castanets, and all this is performed in the most graceful way one could imagine. They also have dancers, whose skill is limited to walking with measure, performing a simple contradance, rapid pirouettes, movements, and pantomimes of the most blatant indecency, walking around one behind the other with their heads covered in a wig, with extremely long hair, holding. The original text ends abruptly, so I've indicated where the clashed. I have seen some of these dancers engage in pantomimes, where they portray the most vile and lascivious poses. They still use Chinese shadows, with which they represent horrifying lewdness. Here is a translation of the provided text from Italian to English. These are the spectacles of the Turks, to which even the great, the learned, and the Grand Vizier himself do not feel ashamed to be spectators. I have been a witness to a very curious display of strength. A man, spinning rapidly to the beat of music, attached a small skirt to his waist, which, due to the speed of his rotation, spread out in the shape of a bell or an umbrella. I saw him attach as many as 12 or 14, which, due to the speed of his spinning, formed a horizontal circle or disc around his head. He then removed his shirt, without unbuttoning the waistcoat that covered it, divided his hair into 3 braids, and caught several naked swords, presented to him by a companion one after the other, attaching each grip to one of his braids. He then took another naked sword with his teeth, and placed several others in different parts of his body, in an unclear manner, until he was completely covered in naked swords, thrown from such violent motion to a state of rest. Continuing to spin with the same speed without interruption, he drew a sword, and inserted it into its sheath with the same ease, displaying remarkable dexterity. Then he stood up, and passed his skis to his companion one by one, took off his skirt, put on his shirt, without unbuttoning the waistcoat, and after more than an hour and a half of extremely fast turns, his companion concluded this strange performance by covering him with a large fur, a necessary precaution to prevent him from suffering as he transit. Here's a breakdown of the changes made. Such freedom in this heavily populated capital city, surrounded by gardens, hills, and forests, must peculiarly favour licentiousness, for indeed it is great in this city. In Constantinople, high-ranking women are closely guarded, but the plebeians go out to their own pleasure, on the streets, in the bazaars, in chapels, at cemeteries, and on the shore of the sea. At any hour of the day you will meet as many women as eyes. Men, tale libertà, translated directly to such freedom. In così popolata capitale became in this heavily populated capital city. C'è infatti è in questa città. Grandissimo is now, for indeed it is great in this city. Circondata di giardini, di colli e di boschi, is rendered as surrounded by gardens, hills, and forests, deve singolarmente favora. Il libertinaggio translates to must peculiarly favor licentiousness. I removed the unusual symbol D, as it doesn't typically appear in English, and didn't impact the meaning of the sentence. Despite the dense veil that is supposed to cover women, they almost always have their faces uncovered, because they widen the openings intended solely for visual use, through which one can see almost the entire contour of their face. Known here, chapter of Ed. Here is the translation of the provided text. I had arranged everything to observe the solar eclipse on November 29th, and for that purpose I climbed a tower, but clouds thwarted my desire. Despite its distance from the equator, Constantinople's climate is very mild, as it lies at sea level, protected by northern winds from the Belgrade Mountains, and entirely open to the south where the Marmara Sea is, so that although the variation of seasons is sensibly marked, extreme discomforts known in other countries at the same latitude are new. The current state of Turkey, barbarity of the Turks, Janissaries, the Grand Lord, extravagances of this body, Bustang, artillery and bombards, other troops, rebellious pashas. Why? Corruptness of officials. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English, public treasure, despair of the peoples. The races are entirely different from one another, not agreeing on anything but the deep-rooted and persistent hatred they bear towards each other. Such are the elements that compose this immense mass. The Ottoman Empire was a colossal composite of a strange mixture of completely incompatible parts: Turks, Tatars, Arabs, Catholic Greeks, Orthodox Greeks, Copts, Druze, Mamelukes, Jews, and others. These invaders subsequently destroyed the Abbasid throne and Constantine's empire, founding their own on the ruins of these civilizations in the Middle East. In past times, Christians, lost in scholastic disputes, and Arabs, divided by the same cause and lacking a constitution that guaranteed the succession to the Caliphate's throne, opened, due to a deplorable apathy, the doors to an invasion by almost savage Tartars. Here is a breakdown of the translation. Il caso, the case which had made them begin their conquests in Asia, then dominated by the successors of Mohammed, turned these Tartars, idolaters, into Mohammedans, or had they invaded earlier. This is what has made, and still makes, the Turks entirely strangers to European customs. If they had converted to the Christian faith, they would have become Europeans. In Europe, they would now be Christians. For every religion supported by the sublime idea of a supreme and unique being must equally convince and subjugate the idolatrous man. The case che li aveva fatte cominciare le loro conquiste nell'Asia, which had made them begin their conquests in Asia allora dominata dai successori di Maometto, then dominated by the successors of Mohammed, res Maometani, questi Tartari. Idolatry turned these Tartars, idolaters, into Mohammedans se avessero invasa prim. Why, the Abbasid caliphs embraced arts and sciences which had been driven out of Europe by the Vandals. These Tartars found in religion the elements of civilization, of which they took at first a lighter shade, but whose progress was, at the same time, counteracted by certain dogmas that prescribed beautiful arts, established the doctrine of fanatici. Man thrown, they paralyzed their progress towards civilization, and proclaimed hatred and aversion toward every individual opposed to Islam, thus depriving them of the elements of good taste, and making them regard as useless the means and combinations of human wisdom. They deprived themselves of the benefits of humanity, of intimate communication with Europeans who alone could instruct them. The added causes to the extreme diversity that exists among languages from the West and from the East, to the effeminacy they embraced in the very moment when they found themselves with sufficient capital to satisfy their sensuality, and finally to the lack of education of their principles, which always pass from the solitude of a harem to the otter. Therefore, although a Muslim, I am forced to confess that the Turks are still barbarians. I ask forgiveness from those who disagree. But when I see a nation that has no idea whatsoever of public law or human rights, a nation where barely 1 out of 1,000 can read or write, a nation without guarantees for individual property, and in which men's lives are constantly at the mercy of arbitrary power. Finally, a nation that stubbornly closes its eyes to not see the light, and outsee the light, and drives away the torch of civilization that shows itself in all its splendor. For me, it will always be a nation of barbarians. It is true that some individuals in court have learned the languages of Europe, and, in secret, have adopted at least part of its civilization. However, their number is infinitely small compared to the mass of the nation. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. Those individuals who are dressed in silk garments and rich furs, who establish a ceremonial routine, eat, drink, smoke 100 different blends every day, and wash and purify a day, and wash and purify. Themselves every hour will not repeat this. These are barbarians. Another reason contributes to keeping the Turks in their current state of barbarity. The Arabs held sway over much of the world when they were subjugated by the Turks, who, having become masters of the Prophet's banner, believed themselves invincible. The victories they won in Europe contributed to reinforcing this belief, passing from one generation to another, despite recent defeats. The supremacy they claim over other nations moves them to look down on anyone who is not Turkish with the utmost contempt. Nor should foreign ambassadors be deceived by the appearances of deference and respect they might receive in Turkey. I know the men of my religion better than anyone else, and I can frankly assert that the Turk combines the barbarism and Muslim pride with the particular pride and barbarism of his own nation. Every individual can arm himself with 1 or 2 pistols, a candia whenever he wants. His pride leads him to prefer the militia over other professions. He is a soldier for his religion, as every Muslim must be, but he chooses it too, because it is the most useful profession, and the one that opens the door to independence and tyranny. It is therefore not to be believed that the Turkish soldier is a man dressed and armed in a uniform and determined manner, a man subject to certain laws, to military discipline, nourished and paid from the public treasury, as in Europe. He is not. He is a slave, like that. The great knife, and any other weapon at its whim, says, "I am a soldier." It then attaches itself to some division of janissaries, to a pasha, an aga, or some other officer who agrees to accept it into his service, and when it becomes tired of being a soldier, it throws down its weapons, saying, "I am no longer a soldier," and no one bothers or reproaches it for desertion. The janissaries can be seen as the main nerve of Ottoman power. But what is a janissary? He is a shoemaker, a common artisan, a farmer, or a porter, who gives his name to a division of janissaries called orta. The famous Rais Effendi, in his treatise on Ottoman military accounts, 400,000 of them in the empire, and he believes that no other nation can present an equal force, which he calls uniform. Some of these ortas have no more than 1,000 men, while others number 20 or 30,000. When a man's name is written on the list, he is obligated to present himself whenever the order is to meet. But will he be faithful to his promise? I do not deny that. This depends on the circumstances, or the combinations of individual interest at the moment it is called upon. Here's a breakdown of the changes made. Ciò dipende dalle circostanze. This depends on the circumstances, a direct translation maintaining the meaning. Nell'istante in cui viene chiamato porter. O dalle combinazioni dell'interesse individuale.org, the combinations of individual interest clarifies the meaning by restructuring the phrase. At the moment it is called upon. Provides a natural English equivalent, avoiding literal translation that might sound awkward. Non nego che I do not deny that direct translation of the final phrase. The interpreters should not have much of what is called body spirit, a precious prejudice unless it is too exclusive, but this alone is not enough to advise them to obey the call of their leaders if their personal interest opposes it, which is always the mainspring of their actions. Therefore, whenever they find the reason for the call useful, they immediately take up arms and present themselves. On the contrary, supposed or not, either they do not move, or they only present themselves for formality, returning quietly to their own homes. If it is a matter of gathering for the purpose of causing some tumult or rebellion, everyone rushes, because everyone is sure of victory or plunder. The same does not occur when it comes to opposing a foreign enemy, because in an urgent situation the government is compelled to declare that the Sayya Sherif, or the standard of the Prophet, will be brought to the army, thus stirring up religious fervour to take the place of feelings of honour and patriotic enthusiasm which do not exist. This political resource does not fail to yield some advantageous result, calling a greater number of men around this palace, which the Muslims usually regard as a sure pledge of victory. Why does religious zeal grow weaker with each passing age? And when it is not backed by a direct personal interest, its effects will always be diminished. The last time the Sanjak Sherif left Constantinople, one believed they would be followed by 30 or 40,000 Janissaries, but only 3,000 accompanied him. Today military tactics have combined even the smallest means to calculate results with near moral certainty. This so famous body is therefore not comparable to the national guards of European states, nor to any other organized and disciplined corps. It can only be regarded as a mass levy of the people. The victories of the Janissaries in past times were nothing but the result of a large mass of armed men, overwhelming unarmed populations, or smaller, equally disorganized masses. The clear fact is that Turkish troops will not be able to offer continuous resistance to a smaller but better disciplined European military force. The gendarmes have particular customs that are worth knowing. I will make no mention of some particular cases that may be exceptions to the rule, as it would lead us into an analysis and discussions entirely foreign to my topic. The most respected military trophies by this troop are the leather pots in which they cook their food, consisting of buttered rice, known as pylor by the Turks. These pots, objects of the highest veneration when transported from one place to another, receive demonstrations of respect from everyone they encounter on their journey, as if they were a prince, and woe betide anyone who fails to show them due reverence. He would immediately face punishment from the guards assigned to escort them. If a squad has the misfortune to lose its cooking pots, it is considered shamed. These are the points of unity for every division of the Janissaries. They march into battle with great pomp and ceremony, adorned with trinkets and other fripperies. When the Janissaries go about collecting their rations with meticulous care, you can be certain that the squad leader is. She is satisfied, and conversely, it is a sign of discontent when they go there with an air of indifference. If they then fail to show up for distributions, it is necessary in every way to think of satisfying them, in order to prevent imminent violence. When they are extremely unhappy with the divisions of the Janissaries, they bring their pots in front of the Sultan's palace and place them right on the ground. This is a sign of rebellion, and until this undisciplined militia returns to their cauldron, the entire city finds itself in disarray and filled with fear. The Janissaries arm themselves and gather to dictate the law to the government, demanding the heads of the ministers or heads of state, which are immediately granted to them without any examination, or dethroning the Sultan himself, as they recently did with the ill-fated Selim III. When the Sultan grants public audiences to ambassadors to give them a high idea of his power, based on the satisfaction of his troops, rations are first distributed to the Janissaries, who rush tumultuously to receive them in the presence of the fever, Ambassador Tory. In the same manner, to give foreign court ministers an idea of sovereign justice, the Grand Vizier judges some cases in their presence, as to display before their eyes the imperial magnificence. They are admitted to a banquet with the Grand Vizier, covered with rich furs, while less precious ones are given to embassy staff. All soldiers in this corps wear on their forehead, attached to their dress hat, a brass plate within which they place a coarse wooden spoon used to eat rice, and which is also mentioned. The text you provided appears to be in Italian, and translates to English as follows. It is due to the importance of cooking pots for the Janissaries that the Turkish name for the leaders of the Orta type of unit means soup distributor. Here is the translation of the provided text from Orto to English, forming an essential part of their uniform. In certain circumstances, those entrusted with punishing the Janissaries are the water distributors, who walk armed with a staff equipped with long cords. These tablets accompany the pots. Each Orta possesses some larger tablets, each one a square foot or more, which are carried atop a staff and scribbled with emblematic paintings of the Orta. When the market goes to the country, the pots are accompanied by a few young men completely covered in large cloaks, given the title of the harem. Treating them as a kind of talisman and sacred pledge, they are always accompanied by a special guard, who stays in a tent near that of the cauldrons, and these guards perform no other duties, nor are they subject to any labour. The Janissaries of the yard would all be killed to protect and save them from the enemy's hands, for the loss of the cauldrons is what could be most obnoxious to a yard. The Janissaries shift at whim from one division to another. It results from what has been said thus far that the Janissaries are not the troops of the sovereign, but rather an uneasy and revolutionary militia that takes justice into its own hands, even against the prince who employs them. The same can be said of their discipline and organization in the barracks of Constantinople. It is true that some Janissaries receive a kind of military education from a young age. However, their number is so limited that it has no impact on the overall mass of the corps. To counterbalance the power of the Janissaries, the sultans armed the employees of their gardens and pleasure houses, and made them into a sort of bodyguards called bostangi, meaning gardeners, who were entrusted with their person. This body, composed of several thousand men, has rendered many important services to their sovereigns, but in the usual rebellions they join the Janissaries, who are stronger, and this counterweight becomes then useless to the sovereign, as it was seen in the revolution that threw the unfortunate Selim III from the throne. We cannot form too favourable an idea of their science, because they employ men and ammunition almost useless in the service of pieces, which would be more usefully employed in the service of well-mounted pieces of a decent calibre. The body of cannoneers and bombardiers consists of 48 well-organized companies. However, various ancient carts with wheels made of planks, not suitable for handling the large colubrine guns, those monstrous calibre cannons laid on the ground. To fire stone balls and other multi-barrelled cannons are still found in the batteries. The remaining troops that make up the Ottoman forces in time of war are more or less numerous squadrons of armed men, sent from the provinces to the armies, volunteer adventurers who want to make their fortune, sincere fanatics, and those who have an interest in doing so, and lastly, the contingent of armed men that some feudal lords are obligated to, send to the battlefield. All this forms a mixture, a strange and confused combination, so that in essence a Turkish army is not different from a gathering of Arab tribes, and therefore incapable of producing very advantageous results. If you add to this irregularity the large equipment that the Turks bring with them, and the immense number of non-combatant domestics and officials who follow the army, we can form an idea. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. The government of Constantinople, having understood the truth of this observation, wanted to remedy the evil by forming new organized and disciplined militias according to custom. European. The third, the deplorable triumph of military anarchy, which delayed by 2 centuries the civilizing of the Turks. Sultan Mustafa, successor to Selim. But why this news offended the self-respect of the Janissaries, who would have lost their independence, while they were, and still are today, the true despots of the empire. They rebelled, sacrificing perhaps the most useful heads of the empire for its preservation, and deposing Sultan Selim. 5. Possesses excellent qualities. But what can even the best of sultans do when he is governed by a militia as rebellious as the Janissaries? Which minister would dare open their mouth after the horrible catastrophe witnessed? 5. Even this prince, deposed from the throne, no longer exists. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. I therefore believe that I can conclude that the Turks cannot civilize themselves by their own efforts. How mistaken we are! When we hear the name of the great lord mentioned in other countries, we imagine a despot whose word is law, and who takes counsel only from his whims, the code, the divan of the empire, and the janissaries, as I pointed out when speaking of the fall of Selim and the elevation to the throne of Mustafa. The world does not know a slave more enslaved than the great lord. His steps, his movements, his words throughout the year, in every event of life, are measured and determined by the court code. He cannot do more than what is prescribed, and he is reduced to playing the part of a true automaton, whose actions are regulated as mechanical results by them. This event was met with perfect indifference in the Turkish provinces that I travelled through. It will be surrounded by brilliance, drunk on incense, and circled by worshippers like the great Lama, or a living deity, but its existence will not be in any way different from that of a machine, and as such it will always be regarded with utmost indifference by peoples who cannot expect good or ill from it, since power lies in inferior hands. Everyone knows how many years the Shehzavs, Pazwans, Oghlas, Kadi Agas, etc., have been sustained. The indifference of the people towards their sovereign is one of the primary causes that facilitate and encourage the rebellions of the pashas in the provinces. In the meantime, let's look at Mehim Ali in Egypt, Kuchuk Ali, Syria, Mustafa Pasha in Bulgaria, 6. Ali Pasha in Albania, Ismail Bey in Rumelia, and many others of lower rank who are entirely independent under the guise of submission to the sovereign, paying little heed to the firman edict of the Porte when it does not serve their interests. 6. This is the famous Mustafa Bayraktar, who later deposed Sultan Mustafa and perished in the revolt. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. Her sad days among women and eunuchs, as a stranger, one might say, in all administrative acts, because everything must be ordered by the Grand Vizier or the Divan. A prince reduced to such subordination should be deleted from the list of sovereigns. Since the empire is always in the hands of subordinate or mercenary rulers, while he who is accorded the supreme title is the most insignificant and useless figure in government, he neither sees nor hears of his subjects except through the sole Grand Vizier. Thus, the power of the great lord reduces to zero. Only in Morocco is the true model of despotism found. Formerly appointed pashas contributed little or nothing to the public treasury. Here's a breakdown. The mercenary hands that govern the Turkish Empire are rewarded for their efforts with riches proportional to their ambition. However, the empire's revenues decrease each year due to rebellions spreading across various provinces. The tributes of Syria are absorbed by the Pasha of Damascus under the pretext of expenses incurred for the caravan to Mecca, and in this year, 1807. This appears to be an abbreviation or typographical error, and is left as is. In el presente anno 1807. Tributi della Syria. Tributes of Syria vengono assorbiti, are absorbed dal Pasha di Damasco, by the Pasha of Damascus, sotto pretesto delle spese occorrenti per la carovana della Mecca, under the pretext of expenses incurred for the caravan to Mecca, and in this year 1807. The government had also sent him, upon his request, several thousand bags for the expenses of the defensive war against the Wahhabites, who were gradually narrowing the limits of Ottoman dominion, taking away from it each day a part of a province. The revolutions in Serbia, Moldova, and Wallachia, occupied by the Russian Seven, the separation of the barbaric regimes, and finally the scandalous embezzlements of the Pasha and other Turkish officials, have exhausted the treasury. In this state of affairs, the High Court officials do not recognize the allowances attached to their positions, and thus they resort to intrigue to obtain money that they do not receive from the treasury. 7. A part of this political outlook has changed after the time indicated by Ali Bey. In Turkey, the sale of jobs is permitted, but since the empire is shrinking, the number of jobs is also decreasing. Little the same for courtiers, but not for the ungracious peoples, because those who paid double and triple for the purchase of employment believe themselves equally authorized to duplicate and treble the abuses. However, it is true that as the number of employees decreases, the number of applicants grows in proportion, and competition increases their price, which ultimately leads to... The rest of the sentence is not fully translated or clear, but this is the best approximation given the context. The peoples complain loudly, but their cries go unheard, because the fruit of these subaltern exactions enters the next year into the hands of court employees. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Indignation and despair arm the peoples, who are then called assassins and rebels. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. These evils are becoming greater every day. Conclusion. If the state has enough force to bring them back to duty, as often happens, much unfortunate blood is shed, and things remain as they were before. But the empire loses subjects and riches, and consequently court needs grow, leading to further decay. Departure for Bucharest in Wallachia. Itinerary. Adrianople, Mount Imos, Bulgaria, Rusuk, the Danube, Bucharest. On Wednesday, December 2nd, 1807, the second day of the Muslim Easter, Ali Bey went to the suburb of Pera, from where he departed for Bucharest in Wallachia on December 7th, accompanied by a Tartar. When he left Constantinople, he still wished to expand his knowledge through new journeys. However, he had not yet decided which countries he would visit. He then entrusted his plans to a friend, allowing him to publish them after some years, uncertain if, upon reaching Bucharest, he would take the route to the east, west, or north. He sent from Bucharest his itinerary for Constantinople, which we summarize here. On December 7th, he stayed in the village of Conchoc-Charmagi by a lake formed by the Marmara Sea. On the 9th day, they crossed Kinikli and stopped. All these villages are inhabited by a few Turks and more Greeks, who seem to be treated rather better there than elsewhere. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. On the 8th day, they passed through Bonyok-Charmagi, Koru-Argas, Bodas, stopping for a brief moment in Silivria, a larger landmass than the others, situated on a small harbour of the Marmara Sea, with several mosques. At Giorio, a city of moderate size with several mosques, he passed by Karistan on the 10th, and stayed overnight in the village of Borgas. From there, after crossing Baba Eski, he entered Adrianople on the 11th. Hat crosses the city. Adrianople is surrounded by an earthen parapet, with a palisade inside and a small ditch outside. At that time, the Grand Vizier, supreme commander of the Ottoman army, was there. This great city is situated at the north of a vast countryside, surrounded by hills, one of which has part of the city on it. It contains many mosques, some beautiful houses, well-paved streets, a large bazaar formed from several covered streets, and filled with shops of every kind, and it has a beautiful bridge over the Marissa, a majestic river, T. He also noticed that there were very few soldiers, and that the streets were deserted. However, he was told to observe a camp outside the city, and with the Turkish headquarters in Edirne, it was more than 60 leagues away from the active armies. Ali Bey stayed for only a few hours in this city, and then went that same day to Mustafa Pasha, where he found a group of soldiers who seemed rather like a gang of bandits. He saw 12 many villages inhabited by the Greeks, and slept at Karapana, a very populous Muslim village. Shipka Balkana, a small village located at the foot of Balkan, or mountain. On the 13th, after passing through Zara and Kinaanlek, where he was invited to dinner by the governor, he travelled all night, enduring much suffering from a terrible storm of wind, snow, and then he arrived at Yerav. Imo had to wait for 2 days before he could attempt to cross the mountain range, which was covered in large amounts of snow. On the 16th, he managed to traverse the mountain, something that would not have been possible without some postal horses being sent ahead to clear a path for him. Upon reaching the opposite side of the mountain, he passed through a village known as Vejane, where the wooden houses were half buried in snow that was nearly 4 feet deep. Continuing downward, he stopped at Caproa, whose houses are made partly of stone and partly of wood. The chain of the Imo, which forms the border between Romania and Bulgaria, being covered in snow, did not allow Ali Bey to make any observations. On the 17th, he passed through Deroba and arrived at midday in Terranova, a city situated on the slope of 2 mountains and crossed by a large river. Here is the translation of the text from Italian to English. There were many gardens and vineyards, some very beautiful houses, and several covered bazaars, but the ground was all covered with snow. He then arrived at a village called Porikaishte, where the underground houses did not rise more than half a foot above the ground level, and where both men and women dressed only in sheepskin. The Bulgarian women are very small, and have a charming appearance as long as they are young, but soon after passing adolescence they gain weight excessively. The children are gentle, but so small that they look like monkeys. Pasha Mustafa, after crossing the river Yantra at noon, which flows swiftly and carries much water, he proceeded to Ruzhok, a large and mighty city situated on the right bank of the Danube. The men carry the mark of slavery that oppresses them. Constantly oppressed by the exactions of the soldiers, they find themselves in the sad necessity of burying beneath the earth what they wish to subtract from greed and violence. 8, having examined the traveller's maps, he ordered him to be allowed passage. Then, that same night, he embarked on a 6-oar boat and crossed the magnificent river in 35 minutes. 8. He was reminded of this on page 196. He landed at Dioroi, a small castle defended by a vast fortress, which was then occupied by a troop under the orders of another pasha, and this was the most advanced post of the Turks. He then praised the traveller, sending him a large cane, and ordering horses to be prepared. Ali Bey's passports were examined again, but the Diwan Effendi, responsible for the examination, had met Ali Bey in Alexandria, and upon seeing his name on the firm on a legal document, he exclaimed, "There is nothing further to observe. I know Ali Bey." In this way, Ali Bey left the Ottoman Empire on Saturday, December 19, 1807, as the sun rose. After 10 hours of walking, he arrived at a village where some Russian explorers were present. One of them accompanied him to the vanguard of the army, which occupied a line of hills and small redoubts across a vast river, the bridges over which had been destroyed. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Ali Bey El Abbassi was treated with kindness by the Russian officers. He was later escorted to a village closer to Bucharest, where he was very well received by the general, who allowed him to depart for Bucharest, which he reached late at night. Oppressed by the fatigue of such a disastrous journey, he had to stop for 2 days to rest, during which time the Russian consul Varmatiet and Knight Kiriko, general consul of the same nation, showed him the most courteous care. Ali Bey cannot express his gratitude towards General Eulenius, Archbishop Diothithios, the 2 lieutenants of Prince Ypsilanti, and the other boyards of Wallachia. Its population is estimated at 60 to 70,000 inhabitants. It has 30 Greek churches and chapels, and the cathedral, situated on a hill, is small but beautiful. Bucharest is a large city with a very charming rural appearance. Its streets are wide, straight, and paved with wood. The houses are low, with large doors to accommodate vehicles leading up to the staircase. There were also some other prelates besides the archbishop. Although the dominant rite is Greek, there are also Christians of other rites, provided with churches and priests. Our traveller was told that Wallachia has 1.5 million inhabitants. The civilian government is in the hands of 2 Karamakhan, or lieutenants of Prince Ypsilanti, assisted by a council of 12 boyardi. More than half of this province is surrounded by the Danube, and is watered by many rivers. The very fertile soil is scattered with woody mountains, abundant in wild game. End of the 4th and final volume. There are mines, and finally everything one could desire to see in a country located at 45 latitude. Ali Bey assures that the climate is most healthy, and that the state revenues amount to 4 million piastres. Table of contents of matter contained in this 4th volume. Chapter 5. Haram. The Muslim temple at the site of the ancient temple of Solomon, page 5. Chapter Keltile. Journey to David's tomb and other graves. A trip to Mount Olive. Abraham's tomb in Hebron. The manger of Christ in Bethlehem. The Virgin Mary's tomb, Calvary, and Christ's tomb, the Jewish synagogue. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Description of Jerusalem, 16. Chapter Ziv. Return to Jaffa. Route to Acre, and description of this city. Mount Carmel. Journey to Nazareth. Journey to Damascus. Information about the monks of Holy Land, 34, chapter Calzatelli. Mount Tabor, Lake of Galilee. Jordan River, vulcanized country, Damascus. Population, Great Mosque. Markets or bazaars and manufactures, 45, cap. Seltit, Rostretit, Damascus waters. Christians, trade, products, climate, horse breeds. Dress, women, healthcare, schools, government, tot, fortifications. Bedouins of NAs. Exlax, dopt, dogtit. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Salaki, 55, cap dotter. Nose, a journey to Aleppo. Description of Khans. Caravan. Tadmor or Palmyra, city of Homs. Orontes River, city of Hama, freedom of customs. Night meeting. Arrival in Aleppo. Observations on this city. Oh, well, 66, cap, Antioch, triumphal arch. Market, Mount Taurus. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English, ensuring all content is accurately translated without omitting any parts. Journey to Constantinople. Orders of pastors of Turkey. City of Konya. Way of travelling in Turkey. Ashium Karaisa. Kutaye Pontaelti. Olympus mountain range. Description of Constantinople. The Bosphorus. Scutari. Entry into Constantinople, 83, chapter Lied. The harbour. The arsenal. Galata. Pera, Top Hana. Streets of Constantinople. St. Sophia. Sultan's exit every Friday. Seraglio, or Sultan's palace. Mosques, Ayup. Relics of the Prophet. Coaches. Hippodrome. Castle of 7 towers. Walls, 124, cap. A. Deltops. Cisterna of Philocene. While Sultan's kite, flying ground. Column of Constantine. Market of women. Bezestein or Great Bazaar, lighthouse quarter. Seraglio Point. Marmara seashore. Bomber barracks. Sultan's pleasure house. Ramadan illumination. Bayram or Easter festival. Waters of Constantinople. Character of the Turks. Divertimenti. Women. Lead Spide. Climate 155, cap. Laos. The current state of Turkey. The barbarism of the Turks. Janissaries. The extravagances of this corps. Other troops. Bostangi, artillery, and bombardiers. The Grand Lord. Rebel pashas. Public treasure. Corruption among officials. 180 conclusion. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Despair of the peoples. Departure for Bucharest in Wallachia. Itinerary. Adrianople. Mount Emo, Bulgaria. Rusuk, the Danube. Chelm. View of Mount Carmel from the side of St. John of Acre 38, Table 3rd. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. Bucharest 199 table index contents in this 4th volume. Table I, Cairo, date. Named Bab el Fatanin, page 5, table Senu. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. View of the Rock and Karitha Castle of Asiaman in Minor Asia, 113, table 4th. I have thought it appropriate to include a view of the Cairo Gate, known as Bab el Fatah, about which is spoken on page 271 of volume 3rd. Ancient monument within the palace complex of the Great Lord, in Constantinople, 160. Here is the translation of the provided text from Italian to English. 9, since the matters contained in this volume required only 3 tables, the editors, believing they were doing a favourable service to the associated lords. H.P. Transcription. Note, the original spelling and punctuation have been preserved, as well as the various alternative spellings, particularly abundant when it comes to Arabic names, while minor typographical errors have been corrected without annotation. Creating works based on print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no individual or entity holds a U.S. copyright for these works. End of Project Gutenberg ebook, Travels of Ali Bey El Abbassi in Africa and Asia, Vol. 4 updated editions, will supersede previous ones, and the old editions will be given new titles. Consequently, the Foundation and anyone else can copy and distribute them within the United States without seeking permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, outlined in the General Terms of Use section of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works to safeguard the Project Gutenberg concept and trademark. If you offer free copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is simple. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark and may not be used for ebooks if you charge for them, except in accordance with the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for its use. You may use this ebook for almost any purpose, such as creating derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks can be freely modified, printed, and Distributio may do virtually anything with ebooks that are not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the project's license, especially for commercial purposes. To abide by all terms of the full Project Gutenberg license found in this file or online at www.gutenberg.org. Section 1. Here is the translation of the provided text. Full license, the full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you use this work, to uphold the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works by using or sharing this work or any other associated with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in your possession. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Electronic Works 1a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to, and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property trademark copyright agreement. 1b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by individuals who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. Here is the translation of the provided text into English. If you paid a fee to obtain a copy of or access to an Project Gutenberg electronic work and do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may request a refund from the fares. You may request a refund from the individual or entity to whom you made the payment as outlined in Section 1E8. There are a few things you can do with most Project Gutenberg electronic works, even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1c below. 1c. Please refer to paragraph 1e below. There are many things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you adhere to the terms of this agreement and assist in preserving free future access to Project Gutenberg electronic works. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Foundation, or PGLAF, holds a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg electronic works. I have ensured that the meaning and context are accurately conveyed while removing any unnecessary symbols or characters. The translation of the provided text is, almost all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is in the public domain under U.S. copyright law and you reside in the United States, we do not assert any right to stop you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work, so long as all references to Project Gutenberg are eliminated. 1d. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg works in compliance with the terms of this agreement, ensuring that the Project Gutenberg name remains associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by maintaining the same format for this work, including the attached full Project Gutenberg license when you share it free of charge with others. The copyright laws of your jurisdiction also dictate what you are permitted to do with this work. Copyright laws vary widely across countries and are subject to frequent changes. The Foundation does not offer legal advice regarding the copyright status of works in countries other than the United States. If this refers to a project or document number, its context remains intact. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. If you are outside the United States, please check the laws of your country, along with the terms of this agreement, before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing, or creating derivative works based on this work or any other project Gutenberg material. Sure, here is the translation of your text from auto to English, while ensuring all content is accurately and fully translated without omitting any parts and removing uncommon symbols unless you have eliminated all references to project. Gutenberg, the specific code 1E1, has been preserved as it appears in the original text. If you are not in the United States, please check the laws in your country before using this e-book. The following text must appear prominently whenever a copy of a project Gutenberg work is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied, or distributed. This e-book is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. You may copy, distribute, or reuse it under the terms of the project Gutenberg license included with this e-book or online at www.gutenberg.org. I have removed the uncommon symbols and ensured that the content is complete and accurately translated, without paying any fees or charges. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. If an individual project Gutenberg electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States within. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Here is the translation of the provided text. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work that includes the phrase Project Gutenberg, you must adhere to either the requirements outlined in sections 1E1 through 1E7, or obtain 7 or permission for using the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as specified in sections 1E8 or 1E9. Here is the translation of the provided text. If an individual project Gutenberg electronic work is posted with permission from the copyright holder, your use and distribution must adhere to all sections of 1E1 through 1E7 and any additional terms set forth by the copyright holder. All additional terms will be linked to the project Gutenberg license for all works posted with permission from the copyright holder as outlined at the beginning of this work. 1E4, 1E5. Do not remove or detach or in any way alter the full project Gutenberg license terms from this or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg. I have translated the text accurately and fully, while removing any symbols that are not commonly used in English. I have also preserved the structure and formatting of the original text. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute, or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of it, without including the following sentence prominently. This work is licensed under the Project Gutenberg license, which can be found at link to full license terms. You are allowed to convert and distribute this content in any format, be it binary, compressed, marked up, or proprietary, including word processing and hypertext formats. Note: the original text does not contain any uncommon symbols, so no removal was necessary during the translation process, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Any alternative format must include the full Project Gutenberg license, as specified in section 1E1, 1E7. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII, or any format used in the official version, posted on the official Project Gutenberg website, do the official Project Gutenberg website, gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy. I have removed any unnecessary symbols and ensured the translation is clear and complete. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying, or distributing any Project Gutenberg works unless you comply with either paragraph 1E8 or 1E9. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be made within 60 days, following each date on which you file or are legally required to file your periodic tax returns. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of, or providing access to, or distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works, provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20 of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg works, calculated using the method you already use to determine your applicable taxes. Sure, here is the translation. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as royalty and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Here is the translation. You offer a complete refund for any payment made by a user who informs you in writing or via email within 30 days of receiving it, stating that they do not accept the terms of the full Project Gutenberg license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of, and all access to other copies of, and Gutenberg works. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg works. 1E9. Here is a translation of the provided text from auto to English. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1F3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. Third trademark. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg electronic work or group of works on different terms than those set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission. In writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Guten, contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1F1 F1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees invest significant effort in identifying, conducting copyright research on, transcribing, and proofreading works that are not protected by U.S. copyright law to create the Project Gutenberg collection, at damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1F2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg electronic works and the media on which they are stored may contain defects, including but not limited to incomplete, inaccurate, or corrupt data, transcription errors, copyright, or other intellectual property infringement, defective or damaged disks or other media, computer viruses or computer codes, thou. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty, or breach of contract, except those provided in paragraph 1F3. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1F3. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all, even if you are aware of the possibility of such damage. 1.3. You also agreed that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages, limited right of replacement or refund. If you receive the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium along with your written explanation. If you find a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you are entitled to a refund of the purchase price, if any, by providing a written explanation to the person from whom you received the work. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may choose to offer a replacement copy instead of a refund. If you received the work digitally, the individual or organization that provided it to you may opt to offer you a second chance to receive it electronically instead of a refund. Note: if the second copy is still flawed, you have the right to request a full refund in writing without any further attempts to rectify the issue. The reference 1F4 appears to be a part of a document or code and has not been translated, as it doesn't contain any meaningful text. If it's a reference number within a specific context, its meaning should be clear within that context without translation. There are no uncommon symbols present in the original text that needed removal. The translation maintains the integrity of the content. Here is the translation of the text from auto to English. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund stated in paragraph 1F3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Some states do not permit the exclusion or limitation of certain implied warranties or the exclusion of specific types of damages. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1F6. If any disclaimer or limitation within this agreement conflicts with the laws of the state in which it is applied, the agreement shall be interpreted to allow the maximum disclaimer or limitation that is legally permitted under applicable state law. The translation. Any defect you cause. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold harmless the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg of electronic works under this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg electronic works from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following actions by you, distributing this or any Project Gutenberg work, be altering, modifying, or adding to, or deleting from any Project Gutenberg work, and C here is Section 2. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Volunteers and financial support to enable volunteers to receive the assistance they require are crucial in achieving Project Gutenberg's objectives, as well as in maintaining the Project Gutenberg collection's free accessibility for future generations. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was established to ensure a secure and lasting future for Project Gutenberg and subsequent generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your support and donations can make a difference, please refer to sections 3 and 4, as well as the Foundation's information page at www.gutenberg.org, Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit, educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Fair Internal Revenue Service. Its employer identification number, EIN, or federal tax identification number, is 646,221,1541. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West. Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801 596, 1887. Contact links and up-to-date information can be accessed through the Foundation's website and official page at www.braillecontact.contact. Wide range of devices, including older ones. Section 4. Information about donations to Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation Project. Gutenberg relies upon and cannot sustain itself without widespread public support and donations to fulfill its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form, accessible by A. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important for maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations across all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements vary, and it takes significant effort, extensive paperwork, and multiple fees to meet and maintain these standards. We do not solicit donations in areas where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or check the compliance status for a specific state, visit www.gutenberg.org. Our laws alone overwhelm our small staff. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we are aware of no restriction preventing us from accepting unsolicited donations from donors in these states who reach out to us with donation offers. International donations are gladly accepted, but we cannot provide any information regarding the tax implications of donations received from outside the United States. Please visit the Project Gutenberg website for details on current donation methods and addresses. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org. Section 5. Here is a translation of your text from Auto to English. Donations are accepted through various methods, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. General information about Project Gutenberg Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the founder of the Project Gutenberg idea, which envisioned a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with everyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg e-books with the help of a loosely connected network of volunteers. Therefore, we do not always ensure that the e-books align with any specific printed edition. Project Gutenberg e-books are typically created from multiple printed editions, all of which have been confirmed as being in the public domain in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is present. Most people begin at our website, which features the primary Project Gutenberg PG search tool, www.audio.org. This site includes details about Project Gutenberg, such as how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to assist in creating our new e-books, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter for updates on new e-books